Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, January the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Okay, thank you, Mr. Squirrel. So the screen share sound is good. All right, guys. Well, if you were in the room yesterday, you know that I was really interested in this check, CHEK. I thought it might do a little bit of a bingo move based on the same kind of news that they released. The fact that they had the 180-day extension to get NASDAQ compliance. And definitely was rewarded. I waited actually after hours to get into this. I got into it at, I think it was 1:35. Our charts only go up to 7 o'clock because I was thinking, how did I get out at 2:39? But of course, IB works after 7 o'clock. So I was out at 2:39 yesterday. May look to get back into it. The high in the pre-market is 271. I'll have to wait and see, but definitely was a nice trade. I was very patient on it. Hopefully some of you took advantage of that yesterday. All right, now what else is happening? Well, of course, we've got this PEC is just going absolutely crazy. Be very careful. Again, if you're new to trading, 1.73 million shares in the float, very low. And they did have a press release. They bought some company called iSun, and in fact, they are going to be changing their symbol to iSun when the deal is finally done. Now, if you recall, PEC, this is similar. They were looking to merge with SunW a long time ago, and then that was called off. And then when that happened, this kind of happened. This whole downtrend for PEC. So anyway, PEC is back in the news. Very low float. And this is the sort of thing that can drive you nuts. I read this morning that ICE has basically called off the plans to delist those China telecoms. So you look at Chew. Not so much. Well, yeah, Chew, Cha, and CHL are all up this morning. Drive you nuts in that, it looked like it was pretty much a done deal, and they just call it all off. So playing with investor emotions. Now, Fubo, guys. Yes, they released preliminary, I guess it's fourth quarter. Also, Needham has put a very aggressive $60 price target. So basically right back up here from where it started its big fall. So that is Fubo. Fubo absolutely on the move here. FUBO. ALRN. I don't see if it's still holding its gap. Not really. Yeah, I mean, it's another one that's just sinking here. $2 down to 150. There's a big percentage drop. ALRN. Can't see any specific news on it. BYFC. Is it still hanging in there? BYFC. Kinda. I mean, there again is the pop up to 310. Not really. I mean, it's a big fade. I mean, it's a big percentage drop. BYFC. Don't see any. No, I see. Okay, rallies on regulatory nod for merger with CF Bank. So there was some news on it. CYTH. Okay, it's kind of holding. Has authorization from the FDA to begin enrollment for whatever drug they've got. Announces positive efficacy. There's a tough word. Efficacy data from something. Again, when I say something, it's just a headline and it's truncated. So anyway, there is some news for CYTH. This is the one I made a big, I don't want to say mistake, but I'm kind of stunned by the move that it held. Anyway, JAGX, JAGX, held the move. Not only did it hold the move yesterday as it was moving, it just accelerated. After hours, got up to 213. We're at 228 right now for JAGX. Not a super low float, but this still has room. I didn't really see that much resistance. You have to go back on that monthly chart here to see the highs. This is back in Let's see, that is July of last year. Sorry, of 2019, sorry. Atom. ATOM, all-time high for Atom. On collaboration with a leading semiconductor company. So that is the news for Atom this morning. Another low float, 18 million in the float. Huge move, 24%. Martin mentioned SYN. SYN. Big pop of that, 93%, 20 million in the float. This will trade the float several times today. It's already traded virtually 1-on-1 right now. Big gap up for SYN. AAME. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. But it's a big gap up, 28%. Decent volume, super low float. And there goes JAGX, guys. Wow. Well, this was the time, one of the very few times in which a big gap up during the day held for JAGX. And boy, is it ever holding and more. Marker, MRKR. Okay, big pop, 280. It's dropped $1. FDA lifts the partial clinical hold for their leukemia study. And CERC, another one that gapped up, a little pop up to 451, big drop. This is a virus play. COVID-19 ARDS patient treated with, I think, a single dose or something. Anyway, that is a virus play, CERC. I did see, this is a very inexpensive one, Inspire MD, NSPR. It is under $1, just in case, for those of you who like to play the really cheap ones. But what caught my attention was that it had popped through the 200-day moving average, NSPR. There it is at basically 49 cents, so it is through it. Not a super low float, lots of volume already. Well, as always, Torps, I have to wait for the market to open. You know, I mean, I have no CYTH. I mean, it's a low float. As you know, anything can happen. I mean, it does have some news, whether the news, I mean, again, I just mentioned the positive efficacy data. So again, you just have to wait for the market to open. It's the high right there. I'll stick an alert at the high. Oh, sorry, Torque. I'm sorry, it wasn't Torps. It was somebody else. Turco. Sorry, it wasn't Torps. It was Turco. All right, let me just see. MTNB, yes, it's active, still on active stock. Look at that nice day yesterday. Could be interesting. I mean, it's over 2 now, and it's not a low float. 180 million in the float. When you look left on that weekly chart, the next high is around 250, so it does have some room. MTNB, sure of that. Yeah, well, actually 239. I guess look at that monthly chart right there. So the high is 239. That is that's basically a year ago. All right, guys, I'm just going to connect this device again. I'm sure it's not going to affect the sound. I don't think it does anything. I may be sending it back today. I'll give it one more day though. This is my all right. Shouldn't have affected the sound at all. But let me know. Okay, so that JAGX. That is actually shortable too for me at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. I just want to do a quick sound check, guys. Make sure you guys can still hear me after plugging in that device. Okay, thank you. All right, what time is it? 9:16. So let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, a lot of activity now. The analysts are getting started on their upgrades and downgrades for this new calendar year. So upgrades, let me get some of the upgrades in. Thank you, Rodex here. Oops. Okay, I see a couple of upgrades for RJF. Let me take a look at that. RJF, once I finish these upgrades. I don't believe it. AVY? No. I'm mixing it up with another symbol. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. There are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now, but I do want to just take a quick check to see what RJF is doing. RJF. I see a couple of upgrades for it. All right. And now there are definitely more downgrades than upgrades this morning. Quite a few more, actually. I can't get them all in. I'll get a few of them in. Downgrade for Tesla. Seem to be some banks getting downgraded. Okay, Ben actually, Goldman downgrade. Take a look at that. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So the King, I don't understand what you mean. A quick pointer taking a screenshot of your scanners. There's a lot of free screenshots software out there. I don't, if that's what you mean. Jing is one, Jing. I mean, but Microsoft's got one built into their. I mean, you just do a search. I mean, there's a lot of screen sharing software out there, or screenshot software out there. What are you talking about here, Sam? A delay, different percentages? I have no idea. Give me an example. Understand that if you're looking at the single stock window, this gets upgraded or updated every 10 seconds, not unlike our charts, okay? Just so you know. Yeah, okay, so it's again, this gets updated every 10 seconds, just so you know. But when you click on a real-time alert, when you click on a real-time alert that you get, you know, that is the real time. Yeah, Sam, you're going to drive yourself crazy if you're going to just fixate on looking at, say, the single stock window and checking the price and then checking your, as I said, this gets updated every 10 seconds. Okay, so yeah, I'm not a big Apple follower, so somebody asked the question, do we see Apple moving sideways again today? I have no idea. I'm not a big Apple follower, so the SPY right now, let's see, what is the SPY doing? So the SPY is down a little bit, not much, just a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be the trade of the day. It certainly was the trade for me after hours yesterday. And that's the check. A lot of patience on that one, man. A lot of patience. If you're in the room yesterday afternoon, you know I was talking about that one, probably nagging you guys to death on it to keep watching it. So now I'll get our crack team of sleuths out there. We need to find out what the next inexpensive one that is been granted a 180-day extension to get compliance with NASDAQ. And that's OCGN. Thoughts on OCGN? Well, it's a ton of volume already, but it's a big float, 156 million in the float. To me, it's gonna, you know, I mean, if it somehow can take out yesterday's high, which is I mean, you're giving up 70 cents, but hard to know where it's going right now. I mean, it got up to 350. It closed at 305. Not a horrible close, but it is now below that close a little bit. So you just have to wait to see how it opens. This is it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so there are shorts available. Not that I'm looking to do that now, but you know, look, if it took out yesterday's low, I mean, this could easily cascade back down to yesterday's open, or the day before. I guess that would be Thursday. Good morning, Andrea. All right, guys, I am now going to replace my layout. I'll do it the right way this time. Yeah, I looked at that V-Ray. You know, this is one, of course, was a spectacular one yesterday. Looking for maybe a second day continuation. It's down. It's only down 25 cents from yesterday. It's a close. Got up to $7 yesterday. Was thinking that, you know, we might have a second day continuation. It's kind of a pseudo earnings play. They released preliminary data early for Q4, I believe. So that's why this had the big pop yesterday. But, as Casa says, now they've done a 50 million, so 10.3, that 485. So actually, I mean, this is an excellent. They've raised $50 million at $4.85. So this is way above that offering price. I mean, way above it. So that's pretty encouraging if you're a shareholder. Okay, give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right. Look at Czech, guys. I'm probably going to regret the fact that I don't have any left, but we'll see. I'm going to watch this pre-market. There's that pre-market high. I want to keep an eye on MIK. There's no volume yet, but look at MIK. You know, yesterday's high was around 1326. Over here is 1337. I mean, if this gets rolling again today, I mean, this has an interesting gap to fill. MIK. PGen, another one. No volume yet, but another one. Again, you take a look at yesterday's high is 1113. That would be an all-time high. PGen. These are potential, you know, swing ideas. All right, everybody. The market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. So let's have another great trading day. Yesterday was interesting, to say the least, especially with the SPY in the first 2.5 hours. Solid red 15-minute candles. Just have to see after, you know, it's interesting because yesterday before the market looked rather optimistic and the market opened, and then we had about 2.5 hours straight down. So, have to see what happens today. And the market is now open. And again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Watch List, Barry's Watch List. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. My watch list is not very big today. I typically wait for the first 15 minutes to pass just to let things settle down a little bit. There's BTU, guys. BTU on the way here. That's just me, though. I mean, if you people want to trade early, go ahead. But I like to wait usually about 15 minutes just to let things settle down a little bit. Now look at check. I'm going to be kicking myself now for not having any more. But let's see if it takes out that pre-market high, which is 270. Oh, there it goes, guys. Not in it. Wow. Okay, so again, the job for somebody, not me. What is the next one? Cheap one under $1 that is receiving a 180-day NASDAQ extension to get compliant. That's all check was. Look at JAGX. Okay, so that is, yeah, so we start getting our data at 7 o'clock Eastern time, so obviously that was earlier. You're talking about 299. Yeah, SPY's putting in a green candle to begin. Well, when you ask me SYN, it's obviously incredibly active, 25 million, 19 million in there, almost 20 million in the float. This is going to trade the float multiple times. I don't see any specific news on it. So why don't I like trading in the first 15? Well, look at check. Up to 284, drops down to two. This is, remember, 2-minute candles. There's a big percentage drop. So and I run the risk of missing things like this. They just keep running. I accept that. Fubo, guys. I mean, this has the look of something that is going to, for several days anyway. There's MIK. I mentioned it. What's the volume like? Volume is starting to pick up. MIK. It's at that high right now. That's 1335. So it's just above that high. What's the high there? 1320. So, this has a shot at, maybe running a bit. Just checking that the weekly and monthly and daily chart. There is room for those of you who are looking for potential swings. This is really excellent, V-Ray. Excellent in that, normally when a company does an offering, you know what? There's no normal anymore. Normal maybe 5 years ago, there'd be no way a stock like this would be $2 above the offering price. Not quite $2 over. Offering is at 485, so it's at 661 right now. All right, here is a little one. TAT just got halted. TATT just got halted. So TAT got halted. It's hard to say where it's going to open. All right, so this one is trying to AAME, but again, this hit almost $4 after hours and pre-market this morning, almost $4. And I don't see any specific reason for this one to be up. Sorry, forgot to get this one in here. This is the There's a heck of a short for the JAGX if you got it. Yeah, down goes bingo. Well, we had fun with you for a while, BNGO. And it got halted. It just got halted. BNGO on the way down. Yeah, again, in the first 15 minutes, you get a lot of whippiness. I mean, look at Fubo up to 29.41, gets all the way down to 27.28. I mean, those are big drops. $2 drops just like that. If you're new to trading, I would sit out almost the first half hour. Yes, you're going to miss all these ones that run at the beginning, but look at synthetic right now. SYN. There's the pre-market high is 118. Boy, V-Ray, so strong. I mean, look at the high yesterday. It was just underneath 7, I think. Somebody asked about OCGN in the YouTube feed. There's your answer right now, anyway. Took out yesterday's low on the way down. Pitter-patter of happy feet. All right, so CYTH is held that area anyway, that 540 area, on the move here, pre-market high. Still quite a bit below the pre-market high, but $1 below the pre-market high. Look at the volume for his SYN. So when you look left on this one, let's see what sort of resistance there is. How far back do we have to go? We've got to go, yeah, you know what? Well, there's 2018. We got to go back probably at least 2.5, maybe 2.5 years before we see these levels. Not quite. I mean, it's about October of 2018 before we see those levels again for SYN. So tad opened, yeah, but not really. It's a very short-lived pop and then right down. Okay, well, I'm just going to do something here. There goes Sin, guys. SYN. There it goes. Look at the volume for check. Man, oh man. 78 million. 42 in the float. This is why I actually thought it could maybe be a little more dynamic than BNGO because of the float. Okay, so Grits GRTS is now at the pre-market highs. GRTS, relatively low float, 25 million in the float, through the 200-day moving average, and now look left on this one. Oh man, we have to look over here. This is back in July. 815 was the high. So Grits is on the move, GRTS. I don't see any specific news for it. Meanwhile, SYN, just rippage here, severe rippage as we call it. Now, I freely admit I actually scalped that one. I'm not in it anymore. I just kind of broke a little rule, took an early trade, but I want to see how this one trades a little bit later on. Could be multi-day. I mean, there's really no resistance. What did I have to go back to? About, what was it, 2018? Check is really holding here. 285 is the pre-market high. At least that's what we have. It might have been higher. We want to get our data starting at 7. I'm sorry, that's not the pre-market high. That is the market high. Look at the volume. Just a minute, please. I'm just writing an email to somebody. There's check. Golly. Or another word. Well, I use this one, GBTC. Okay, this is the ETF. Well, one of them. I think it's the big one. It trades a lot. So GBTC. I know it's a pink. I know it's on the pinks. I don't quite get why it can't get moved. But anyway, this is what I use. Answering Phil. Now look at Bingo now coming right back up. What a pop. Almost $1, and it got halted on the way up now. BNGO. All right, HSDT, another. Well, look at this one. I don't think I've seen this one before. Wow, this could go crazy. Be careful. That's all I'm going to say is be careful. I'm looking at the bid ask. It's stacking up to be 19.19. We have a halt at 14. Look at the float, $1 million in the float. This could be the absolute crazy one today because of that float. 1 million in the float. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. You know, I mean, this was yesterday, presented at 4 upcoming investor conferences in January, but I don't see any specific news on it, but it is halted. HSDT. They did a reverse split. Okay, I don't see that as a headline. Oh, right there. Okay, 1231. You're right. Okay. Now, typically, unless it's got adjusted already, I mean, typically, I don't know then if that 1 million in the float is even correct. It may have been adjusted. What's the ratio? 1 for 35. Oh my goodness. 1 for 35 reverse split. Huh. So I don't know if that, I mean, maybe that's adjusted already. I hope so. Otherwise, divide 1 million by 35. So I was asked, how do I know what the unhalt price is? So all your brokers, you know, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, but your broker will have your bid and ask. And all I'm doing is I'm just looking at I mean, this is not official, but just to let you know, I mean, there it is, 1919. That could change, but right now that's what it's stacking up to be, 1919. That could change though. But that is from Interactive Brokers, and your broker will have something similar if you don't have Interactive Brokers. Same symbol list. No change. For you, JC. Same symbol list. All right, keep an eye on Fubo, guys. This is going to be very, very active today. Obviously, 21 million. This will easily trade the float. 55 million in the float. Preliminary release of their earnings, but also Needham, all over them. Analysts saying, they're putting it right back up here, a $60 price target on them. All right, CYTH, wow, I mean, that's a big move, $1 off that low, CYTH. It's a low float. Again, one of these crazy low floaters. Obviously did a reverse split. I don't know when, but at some point in its past, maybe several. You can always tell because if a stock has such a very, very low float and 1 million is ridiculously low, they have done a reverse split for sure. Again, I don't mean today. Okay, so JS, you're talking about the email that goes out. I don't have it. Why don't you ask for it? Okay. Let's go to info at trade. I don't have it. It's not that hard to create it, but I mean, yeah, it's best WL. Yes, JC. Okay, and ask for that email that goes out. I just don't have it readily available. Okay. Boy, this one from yesterday, TRXC. I mean, if you want to hold on for a while, I mean, I just can't do it right now. I mean, it's not hard. I mean, really, if you look at the position in the 5-day range or change, you know, you start from here. You know, change in 5 days, you start right there. There's your filter and percentage. And just use and put that as a column and then sort on that column. That'll get you started, okay? And then, you know, your EPS, just put a positive EPS. I mean, you can pretty easily do this, EPS, and just put a positive one. All right? And I see that SYN got halted on the way down now. Yes, I see ISIG is also halted. This was very active yesterday. Look what happened yesterday. It got up to $10, sold off all the way down to $7. Boy, look at JAGX. I mean, right back up. Man, 215, right back up to 269. Difficult intraday right now, but it's not a super low float either, 59 million. Wow, TRXC is just a severe rippage again, above yesterday's high. It's not a low float, 91 million in the float. So if you're new to the room, wondering what's going on, I mean, we're just pointing out like interesting ideas. These are not, okay, take the trade right now. Look at the V-Ray, boy, 709 back down to 650. So let's see if this can hold. There is lithium, guys. LTHF. I'm sorry, that is not lithium. It is lithium. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. This is live end. It looks like something else, but this is a LTHM. All-time high now for lithium. All-time high. Of course, strong player in the EV sector. Yep, it fooled me yesterday. The JAGX absolutely fooled me yesterday. Seen this action many, many times, but not yesterday. This is just continuing to roll, and again, I don't think I even saw any news on it yesterday. I'm looking at these headlines. I don't see. I mean, you know, why is it the topic of conversation? I suppose if I read that, maybe, but All right, here's another one of these SPACs. I don't know anything about these guys. ALAC, it just popped up, and it's above yesterday's, or at yesterday's high, 14.18. That was yesterday's high. What a day it had yesterday. And it's just basically at yesterday's high. Of course, that would be an all-time high. I don't know if they announced. Oh, here we go. Signing of merger agreement with SolarMax Technology. So that's who they are looking to merge with. I don't know when that closes, but that was, well, actually, that was news back in October. So this has been well known for a while. Maybe it's getting closer. All right, look at that. IGT. IGT, big pop, big volume coming into IGT. Again, for those of you who like the cheap ones, look at ZSAN, ZSAN, above the 200-day moving average. Look left, and what do you see? You know, I mean, the next high looking left is about 160. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but, and it's not a low float, 76 million in the float. Okay, so they did have some news after hours yesterday requesting a Type A meeting with the FDA to revisit something. It must have some drug that, obviously it's a drug. The one that could maybe trade the float. There's the float, 76 million. We traded 30 million. So if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about in terms of trading the float, let's take a look at check. You'll see what I mean, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, look at this. So 42 million shares in the float. Those are the available shares that are available for trading. That's a supply of stock. 120 million have already traded. It's almost 3 times the float. Here's another cheap one. Man, a lot of these cheap ones. ATOS, another one. I mean, look at the potential. I mean, just look left on that daily chart for ATOS, another low float, 25 million in the float. The next high looking left is about 158 or so, 160. So, you know, the idea really is then to keep watching to see how well it holds over a dollar. You know, a psychological number to get through. You know, if it bases a little bit and then volume starts coming in again, you might want to take a shot at it. You know, I mean, there's the next high. Again, looking left is around 158 for ATOS. Morning, Ronald. So Sin Open, my goodness, SYN. So I'm going to watch this later on in the day. Again, I shamelessly took a little scalp on this. What I'm going to do is put an alert around 1:30, see if it regains that level later on in the day and gets rolling again. I mean, it's, you know, there's that float, 20 million. This will probably trade the float, let's see, 4, 5, 6, maybe 8 times. Easily. I mean, 71 already, million. So at 80 million, that would be 4 times the float. Yeah, Tesla actually had a downgrade this morning, I noticed. It's only down 1%, but it did have a downgrade this morning. All right, so the market, so far, very different from yesterday. If you recall yesterday, the market opened, we had 2.5 hours straight down. We didn't get a green 50-minute candle until at least, I think, was 2.5 hours. But look at this, little pop. It looks like it's trying to continue a bit. ISIG just opened, and yeah, it's a real bad, tough spread. Okay, now FUBO looks interesting now. Settle down a bit. You know, a little choppy. All right, so the FUBO TVA CEO says we will continue to be laser focused on executing our growth strategies, which includes continuing to grow advertising revenues, etc., etc., working to implement sports wagering into our product in 2021. All right, so that is the news on FUBO, and also with Natum putting a $60 price target on them. Sure. So Chris, trading the float. So you'll notice right there, FUBO, the float is 55 million. All right, that's the available number of shares that can be traded. The float is derived from taking the number of shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting what the insiders hold, maybe mutual funds, etc. So you get to this float figure of 55 million. Notice that FUBO has already traded 25 million. So it's just simple math. It's almost traded half the float. You know, just divide, 25 over 55, almost half the float. So a stock that trades, so if a stock like we're talking about CHAK, there's the float, 42 million, and it's already traded 132 million. This is trading the float almost, over 3 times now. That makes sense? So very, very, very active. Very, very active. SYN, another one, 20 million, as I said. It's traded 76. That's almost 4 times the float. Very, very active. Well, I mean, you don't have to, a stock doesn't have to be trading the float for you to be able to get in and out easily. I mean, just that you just have to look at the overall volume too and check the spreads, etc. But it's just, I mean, when a stock is trading the float like that, I mean, it is super active, obviously, yes, and it could, and hopefully active all day. That's why I was saying with SYN, I mean, it's taken a break right now, but later on in the day, if it starts approaching these highs, it could get rolling again. There's, JAGX, 59 million, 100 million, not quite double. But again, it doesn't have to trade, we don't have to have multiples of the float for good volatility to get in and out of trades. It's just that when you see a stock that is really active, typically you will see, I mean, there's another one, 1.1 million. It's traded 6 times the float. And actually, guys, I've asked to see if we can get a filter for the float. If I said float turnover, would that make sense to you, guys? If I said, I mean, I always call it the float has turned over. If we created a filter called float turnover, we can already do it as a custom formula. But what I'd like to see, because we're seeing this a lot now, I'd like to see is just a filter that you can use. But for those of you who know what I'm talking about in terms of a custom formula, that's what it would be. You know, TV is the total volume today divided by the float, and that gives you a multiple. Float multiple. So turnover, no. I've been asked to maybe, I think they can do it easily because we've got the data. We just need to get a good name that makes sense to everybody. I like turnover personally, but you know that's how I usually always call it. It's turned over the float X, you know, X, or it's always going to be a ratio. Forget the percent. Yeah, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, PEC. So this is, you know, they did have news this morning. They acquired a company called iSun, getting heavily into EV. You know, I mean, is that justifiable for an 87% increase? Probably not. Doesn't really matter what we think, though. 1.7 million in the float. They will be changing their symbol once this merger has been approved and done to iSun, ISUN. Another cheap one, MOTS. In fact, I actually think I created, let me just do this float. See if I save this low float stocks. No. No, I didn't. So what you could do is you could create, say, I'd probably use it as a top list if we get that filter, and then sort on the column. You know, if we were going to be calling float turnover the column, and then you'll see the ones that have turned over the float right at the top. You probably concentrate on those all day. Yeah, but it doesn't have that float multiple. The reason I don't share it is because, well, the low floater on the move I do share, but if I put a custom formula in there, it doesn't copy, unfortunately. So I'm talking about, you know, having it. By the way, guys, SYN, keep an eye on SYN. It's been rocky. It has been rocky. I'm waiting to see if it can take out $1.30 later on. Fubo may be garbage, according to Zach, but I could say the same thing about Roku. You know, when you said who uses it, I don't use Roku, but, you know. Whoa, just almost a disaster. Well, Torps, we've seen a lot in the last, I last little while, more than 2. But just trading the float is a big deal. I mean, remember, this is the one that really astonished me, because 153 million in the float, and we had some half a billion share days. So I mean, that was a big multiple even of 153 million. All right, so the trade of the week, guys, it has not triggered yet. I mean, you don't have to wait for the trigger if you want to take it, but I'm just saying the trigger is 640. Well, there's Fubo, guys. I mean, it's... What's the high looking left a couple of days ago? 30. So it takes out 30. I mean, look at the gap. Again, Needham's put a very aggressive $60 price target on it. Trade of the week is UAVS. It did not trigger. UAVS is the trade of the week. It did not trigger. 640 is the suggested entry. Of course, it didn't do that yesterday. Got all the way down to 530 even this morning, 530, but that is the trade of the week. All right, so CLSD, what's the high looking left on that monthly chart, is about $4, a little over $4. Has a little bit of room to 4. It's over yesterday's high now, 342. Well, that's a suggested trigger, Michael. How you trade it is up to you. If you got the email, that was a suggested trigger. Obviously, they came out yesterday. That is a suggested trigger. See LSD getting closer and closer to 4 now. Okay, keep an eye on PGen, guys. It held 10. PGen held 10, and it looks like it's trying to come back a bit. Look at those 5-minute candles. Just popped here. PGen. Look at these 5-minute candles right at 10. Tried to get down below 10, couldn't do it. So the buyers look like they're in control again for a while anyway. At this point, I mean, this was an all-time high up here at 11.05, so it's about $1 away from the all-time high. Yeah, I don't know about LRN. I mean, that's a big drop from the high 223 all the way down to a dollar or what, a dollar 20. That's a big drop. Not a lot of confidence right now. Not confidence inspiring when you see a drop like that. So looks like there's a lot of resistance. You look at that 5-minute chart, looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 142, 143 on that 5-minute chart. Boy, CYTHS on the move here. All right, let's take a look at some of these alerts. I've had CYTH at 596, so got up to 636. I think the SIN, this is right when it got halted, I think, at 137. And then the JAGX 264 got up to 298. I have to put an alert on a 3 break for JAGX, see if it takes it out later on. All right, what is the market doing? So after the initial little pop here in the market, there's that 5-minute or 15-minute candle right there, opening 15-minute candle. We'll have to see how big that candle turns out to be. We still have 13 minutes for it to close, a little less than 13 minutes for this candle to close. Like to see it kind of base right there as opposed to turn into a giant red candle. All right, guys, I'm just trying to take a look at a couple of I'm getting a sound alert, and I can't remember where I'm getting it from. Ah, I see it. It is misnamed. All right, guys, let's take a look at this one. GLOG, G-L-O-G. What's the float? 43 million. We just misnamed Maldo. I had one that it was saying running up. I couldn't figure out where it was. It should have said running down. I forgot to I forgot to save the the change when I did it yesterday. Somebody's saying SNCA, SNCA. Yeah, another one, another cheap one. 17 million in the float. I mean, it's got some room. I mean, high today was what, a 113, so you look left, it's got some room to 133. Hi, Kaiser. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this one in the pre-market. You know, for those of you looking for potential swings, I mean, they're mentioned this one, MIK, Michaels. I mean, just look at the monthly, look at the weekly. Appears to be a lot of room. Let's back that weekly out a little bit longer, and let's just see what we see. So we're going back to, let's see, 2000. So we're going back to almost 2 years ago for the highs here. That's a pet peeve of mine. It got out, well, it exited exactly where at the entry. Take it up. Info at trade-id. I've mentioned it many times, but seems to fall on deaf ears. Okay. So let's take a look at this CYTH, and looking left, 650. What did it get up to? 634. So if it can somehow take out 650, then look left, 873. Very, very low float, 1.1 million. It's traded the float multiple, 9.4 million. So big float turnover. Yeah, look at SYN, guys. I'm getting interested in this one again after the pulled back all the way underneath $1, and now it is on the run again. Look at the volume coming in. Again, you'll hear me say this. Look at that, 20 million in the float, 100 million. It's traded the float basically 5 times now. All right, so here is a new SPAC, BENEU, a new SPAC just opened up. You can tell, they all, I don't know if they have to, but they all open around $10. Give me a moment, please. Wow. Look at Tesla. I know that you were short earlier, Zach, but I guess, as you say, you covered it. I mean, it's up $4, but that's only 0.63. So. All right, so kind of keeping an eye on the SPY seeing how big a red candle that will be on the 15-minute chart. So another less than 4 minutes for this to close. Oh, this could get really interesting if it takes out this 130 odd. I mean, this is, look at the volume. I mean, the volume is just increasing and increasing. Well, at least on the 5-minute, the previous 5-minute candle, almost the biggest of the day. Now there's a base, SOL. There's a big base at on the 2-minute chart for SOL. What a run it's had! Wow. Look at that 4-month run. Well, three months and 5 days from basically $1 stock up to 14.40. All right, everybody. It's almost 10:30, so I think I'll do the introductions now. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. I'm just going to put my homepage link into the YouTube feed. Okay, so if you click on the subscriptions tab right there, there's the promo code you can use. There it is, Barry4Alpha for 15% off. That's the first month's only or the entire year. So if you click on my homepage link, and you click on Get Trade Ideas, again, there's the promo code. So we have 4 plans, basically. We have, there we go, an annual and monthly. So we have premium and standard. The full package would be $22.68 a year for the premium minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are other differences, but that's the main reason why people will purchase a premium service. Our premium service, you don't have to have an annual plan. You can always go month to month if that's what you want. So the premium would be $228, standard would be $118, less 15% for the first month only. All right, first month only. Get a lot of comments about, hey, how come I'm being charged full price the second month? The discount's only good for the first month if you take out, if you're month to month. More information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week right here. It hasn't triggered yet this week. It is UAVS this week, but you can sign up for it right here. It usually gets sent out about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a kind of a trading room recap video every day. You can sign up for it here. All the scans that I'm sharing, click here. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing, more than what you see on my shared monitor. And a lot of education links right here. I always like to put this one on its own. The 20 lessons in 20 days. All right, what happened there? Just a minute. Just a minute. Yeah, give me a moment here, guys. Somehow I've shrunk my font size down to nothing. There we go. Oops, just a minute. That's wrong link. There we go. 20 short lessons. CYTH on the move, guys. CYTH on the move. All right, Cam, thank you. Well, I'll take a look at that one. ADXS. I will take a look at that one. First, just want to talk a little bit about the education link. So the 20 lessons in 20 days. Excellent, I think, if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas. You know, it goes over all the basic features. What is a top list? What's an alert window? Creating them. A lot of the basic features are covered right here. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you know, you can also click on that link and you can see what some of the basic features that we have to offer are. Daily support session. So we have a YouTube feed also that I monitor between 9 and 12 and then between 1 and 3. So there's a gap. I take a break at noon, so between 12 and 1 in the YouTube feed. One of the other traders takes over. Today, it'll be Steve Gomez, who is the 99% responsible for the trades of the week. So I will put that link in later on before I take my break at noon. Here's the free trading room, of course. Daily webinars, back to our normal schedule. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. Educational videos, more educational videos, and some ebooks that we created. All right, so a lot of information on my homepage. Let's take a look at ADXS. Well, let's see if it's really rolling. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be, but let's see if it really gets rolling. You know me, I'd like to see it break over $1. But thanks for pointing that one out, Cam. Where do you see that? When was that headline? I don't see it. Doesn't mean it's not there, but... Yahoo has it, really, okay. All right, I do want to go over the AI in Brokerage Plus and a little bit about our program in general. So this is what our artificial AI / Holly is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. So the AI waits for the market to close and then gets to work on an optimization routine for those 50 strategies. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. These, out of the 50, quite a few of them actually, these are the ones that made the cut out of the 50. Why did they make the cut? They had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Personally, I don't care which strategies make the cut. Just give me the alerts from them. So this is what I do. You notice it says strategy trades all. So to have that window, of course, you need our premium service for all of this. If you click on New from the toolbar, and then AI / Holly strategy trades window. And this is the window that'll pop up. You're presented with, of course, the entry time. These are real-time entry times. Say these are just alerts. You trade them as you want, but there's an entry price. There is a stop, and manage the trades on your own. I use it as a watch list all day long. There's no right or wrong way to use the AI. There's no video on how to use it. And everybody, but there are many different ways to use it. Now, just a general comment about our program itself. We are what I like to term an event-based scanner. So you see here I've got the basic new highs and lows, which I am sharing. So if you right-click, configure. So here are the filters that I'm using. It doesn't really matter what they are. I mean, but if the thing is, if you do want this, it's from just click on my homepage link and go to the scan section, and you can load this. But you can always make changes. If you don't like the price range that I'm using between 1 and 20, or the minimum volume, you can always make changes. But this is kind of this is the event. With these filters in place, if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I will get a real-time alert. So that's why we see these alerts. Now you can, of course, create your own scans. If I right-click on an alert window, configure, and then do a search, here are all of the alerts that we have. I'm not going to go over them all, of course. We have a lot of alerts that you can use, a lot of filters. When you see an icon like this, it means it's a filter. So you can kind of, instead of having to learn a programming language, you can pick and choose how you want to create your scan pretty easily. Just kind of a la carte, pick and choose. So that's what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner first and foremost. Now, we also, with this external linking tool, click on Tools, and this is only available if you have our app. This is not available in the web-based version. But we link with many brokerage platforms using this external linking tool. So what does that mean exactly? All it means is that when you establish your link, it means that when I click on an alert from within Trade Ideas, it'll load into your order entry in your brokerage platform. And from there, from within your brokerage platform, you can trade. Okay, so it's a big time saver. That's all linking is. You don't have to link. People ask, well, do I have to have a certain brokerage platform to use Trade Ideas? Of course not. This is a scanner first and foremost. Now, we do have a special arrangement. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, I'm going to pop this in. So if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can actually use this window that you see that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So you don't have to trade from within Interactive Brokers. So what would be the advantages of doing that? Well, for one thing, and again, I popped that video in, and it's going to explain all of this, but you can set up things like one-click trading. Yeah, look at Adam go, wow. I'm just watching Adam making another new all-time high, ATOM. Now there's the high in the pre-market, 22. So what is one-click trading? So let's just say I click on an alert. I check out the chart, say, yep, I want to trade it. I go back, right-click, hover over that trade, and you can see right there I've got some buying and shorting parameters that I can use. So I would just pick how I want to trade it. And again, all that you can set up obviously ahead of time. You have to watch that video. It'll show you exactly how to do all this. And that's what we call one-click trading. Okay? So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, it means you can use this window right there to trade your IB account. You just connect. You just click on live, and then you'd be connected to your IB account. Now, the other huge reason to use this Brokerage Plus window is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading first. We have a simulator that uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. And it's really simple to use. You notice I just click on an alert. Well, look at Adam, it's just screaming higher here. You click on an alert, the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. If you're buying it to go long, you buy. And if you're shorting it, you sell. Now, you can also do things like, let's just say I wanted to take Adam on a break of the pre-market high, which is 2203. So I could pick how many shares I want to trade at. I can put 2203. And I do put it a couple of times. Don't ask me why. It just works this way. Okay, click buy, and you're going to notice a line will show up on the chart right there. Now you can't see the price. You know, if it had been a little bit lower, but there, well, in fact, there, I'm sorry, in the 15-minute. So right there on the 15-minute chart. So if it gets up to 2203, it'll take the trade. So that's what we call a conditional buy order. Now you can also do it in obviously in another way. Let's say you're more of a pullback player and you wanted to say, well, I want to get into this one, but only if it pulls back to say 20, you know, right down here. So you can do that. I'm going to cancel that order. Just right click, cancel the order. Line disappears. So now let's say I want to take this on a pullback to 1990. I'm looking at that 2-minute chart. Okay. So I can do the same thing. This time I put 1990. Okay, now I'm going to click the buy. And now you'll see that that line shows up right here. So if it goes down to 1990 and a pullback, it'll take the trade. So that is one way in which you can use our simulator. You know, either taking it on a break that's higher than, you know, if you thought, well, if it takes out a certain level that's higher and it's broken through a resistance area, I want to take the trade, or on a pullback. Okay, those are two ways. Now, you can obviously take a trade immediately. Let's see if I can find an interesting one to take immediately. Well, this was a good bouncer, but okay. So I'm just showing you how you can do this. Okay, would I take this trade? Maybe. I mean, you know, it's been a pullback, but let me just take Curie. And what's the spread like? 7 cents. It's not disgusting. I'll take a couple hundred shares at the market. I could have picked a price, but there it is. So got in at 17.51. Okay. Now, we always talk about having a stop. Guess what? Every trade you take is not going to work. So you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. Okay, now it should be based on something other than, well, I'm going to risk 10 cents a trade or 0.5% a trade or something like that. What I like to do is I set up areas on the chart that I look at, and I think, okay, if it, you know, there's a support area, we'll say for Curie at 17.13. If it broke down below that, I should be out of the trade. So I will add that stop. Again, this is just in the simulator. I'm just showing you how you can do all this. So there it is. So if it got down to 17.13, it would take me out for a $76 loss. Now, the other thing is position sizing. We talk about this all the time. In my opinion, you should get used to thinking this way. You know, now, depending on your account size, you should be risking the same dollar amount per trade, you know, within reason. So, you know, if you had a $5,000 account, you're obviously not going to risk $1,000 a trade. But just to make the math somewhat easy, let's say you're willing to risk $100 a trade and your stop was 20 cents away based on what you're seeing, support on a trade or on the chart. So if you're willing to risk $100 on that trade with a 20-cent stop, pretty simple math. You could buy 500 shares. 500 times 20 cents equals $100. So that, in my opinion, is how, if you're new to trading, you should be looking at, where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. And then risking the same dollar amount per trade. You don't want to risk $100 the first trade, $300 the next, $1,000 the next, $50 the next. Try to keep it about the same. Now, the other way you can use this too, people ask about trailing stops all the time. Look, if you're in 10 trades at the same time, I get it. You probably have to have some way to automate it. But if you're, personally, if you're new to trading, do not be in 10 trades at the same time. Me, I'm usually in no more than 2. That's just the way, even if I weren't moderating a trading room. But what I would do is I would start using this line as a trailing stop. So let's just say this trade really started to work well. I would start finding other areas on the chart that look like support. So I could move this line, up and down, especially up, okay? To another area of support if the trade really starts working well. So kind of like a trailing stop. Now, these are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of the trade. So if I highlight the trade and click flatten, it'll get me out of the trade. Half gets me at a half. Double obviously doubles the position. You don't have to do it that way, of course. You can go right in here, pick how many shares you want to trade, and pick the price you want to get out at, and sell, okay? So very easy to use, in my opinion. Please use our simulator, our paper trader, before you commit money to the market. Okay, so Shahid, I'm trying to figure out what you mean. A new tab in the software, you do not see the list. What list are you talking about? And are you on the web-based version or the app, the downloadable application? Okay, so there should be a new. I don't use the web-based version, but let me just load it. Now, is there a reason why you're using the web-based version? Is because you have a PC, or I'm sorry, a Mac? Okay, so well let's fix that then, because you should be using the app. It is more powerful, okay? So you have a PC, obviously. You should be using the app. The web-based version, it's okay, but but if you have access to the application, then it's a lot better. So when you say a window's not popping, I don't know what you mean by that. You have a toolbar, and if you click on New as an example, so I'm not sure what you mean when you say it is not popping. Now the other thing is, make sure you log out of the web. You can only have one version of Trade Ideas open at a time. Okay, so is it possible it's just a matter of grabbing, maybe that's what's happened. You just have to grab the right-hand side and elongate it, the toolbar. All you have to do is go to the right-hand corner and then just click and then stretch it out. Is that what you mean? Well, he says he has a toolbar. Yeah, please try definitely try the download first. again. Now, the simulator can be used even if you're, used to trading and all, but you can use it to test out column strategies. You can say, well, I've created this little strategy. I wonder what would happen if I took the trade, and so instead of committing, to a strategy when it's kind of untested, you can always practice in the simulator. Okay, so you see the bar, okay, but now so you've got a blank slate. So I can give you, this is the whole idea. Now you can create your own, I can give you a layout, kind of the shared layout that most of what you see as an example. You won't see a window because you're starting new. You're starting brand new, so you won't want to see anything. You can go to if you click on new, you can go to the channel bar and you can start to load. You see, now these are all layouts, okay? You can start to click through all the different channels to see what they have to offer. They're all theme based. And then you're going to see windows popping up on your screen. If you are new, I really, really recommend that you take a look at this, though, the 20 short lessons. Okay? Take the time to take a look at these 20 short lessons. It's all text-based, but it starts you right from the beginning. So when you say a pre-build for the channel bar, it's right here. If you click on new, and here it is, channel bar, this is all built for you. So again, from the toolbar, just click on new and then channel bar. And then here are all of the channels we've got. Some of them make sense in terms of the way they're named. Some of them don't. So is that what you mean when you say a pre-build for the channel bar? Okay, so yeah, just click on new and then channel bar. Now what you can do, now I'm going to have a tough time showing these channels, but what you can do is this. Let's just say you load a channel and you see a window that you like. It's named something, that looks interesting. Okay? You can take that scan. You can massage it a bit. If you right click, configure, and you see the filters that are being used, you can maybe make adjustments. Maybe the price range is not what you want. You can make a adjustment to the price range. You can add a filter. Again, this is, once you get used to using our program, and then you can right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. So then it's in your cloud. Then you can go on to the next channel, maybe extract another window. And another one, keep going through the channels. You might see some scans that we have prepared for you that you might want to take a look at. All you have to do is save them to the cloud. Then, if you went Windows close all, so now you've got a blank slate again, nothing will appear. Then you can start loading those windows, file, load from cloud, and then you can start bringing them back one at a time. So in essence, what you've done is you've extracted different windows from the channels that you think you might like to take a look at, and then you've created a layout using them. Well, buy and sell signals, this is the only one that gives you have to have our premium service, okay? So from strategy trades all, so if you click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. That's the only one that gives you, okay, so click on that. AI/Holly strategy trades window, and this would be your window. Okay, that'd be your window, and just you can follow the alerts all day long. Now, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you have to take the trade right away, but you know, these are all suggestions. Everything else you see here, everything else I talk about, these are ideas. But if you're looking for, you know, specific but entries with a stop, that's what the AI is all about. Again, it doesn't mean you have to take the trade immediately. That is correct. We don't start getting our data until 7 in the morning, Eastern Time. We go from basically 7 to 7, 7 p.m. at night, 7 in the morning, 7 p.m. at night. Okay, so from the toolbar, Shahid, so click on New, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, and then this should be the window. You'll see a symbol. Okay. Now, if you don't see these columns, these are all, I mean, this is how I've got my columns, okay? But we have a lot of columns. If you right click on any one of those column headers and then click on columns, you'll see all the different columns that you can use. No, this is the only trading room, Grant. Okay, another cheap one, ANSV. Well, okay, Grant, there are two trading rooms, okay? They're concurrent. I mean, you're in the YouTube feed. This other room that you see here is a little more robust in terms of the number of traders we have in, a lot more interaction among traders. So you can, you know, if you wanted to come over there, you can. And it is free also. I'll just give you the link for it. So when I minimize the whole page, so you're talking about when you click minimize? When you said the whole page, I mean, you can bring back any windows just by show all. You can show all the windows right there. So if you click on windows and show all, then everything will pop back up. Okay, so that's, just click on show all. Okay, so just from the toolbar, click on Windows and then Show All. So from the toolbar, click on Windows and then Show All. And then that'll get any windows that you have minimized will just pop up again. Is Fit Screen Beta. Not sure I know what you mean. Fit screen, I have no idea. That's fill screen, not fit screen. Never used it. Never used it. Here's another one, guys. Dan, D-A-N. Now it's just over $20 right now. Looking left, what do we see? 2042, 2003. A little bit of room, but not much. I mean, there's the next high looking left. Really? Okay. Never seen it. Never seen it. Never even thought about it. Fill screen. Not sure what that means. Maybe. It's possible. Problem is I can't do it. You know, when you click on it, when you click on an alert or a channel, a lot of people, it only looks like this. It doesn't fill the entire screen. So maybe fill screen does that. I don't know. Just let me ask the question. I'm on a development build all the time, so. Yeah, I didn't have high hopes for this one at all, BYFC. We've seen this happen many times for this stock. Big pop pre-market, market opens, fizzle. Okay, so Pauline, the question in the YouTube feed was how do I increase the time on any given chart in case I'm looking left to see the previous price action? So I think what you mean is so if you left click on a chart so the Trade Ideas knows this is the active chart, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, you just start scrolling. Okay, so control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your mouse scroll wheel, just start scrolling, and that'll bring you back. Okay, but first step is to left click on the chart so Trade Ideas knows the chart you want to be in. Okay? Does that answer your question? Boy, Dan on the move here. Dan on the move. D-A-N. And looking left, there it is, 2039. Boy, if it takes that out, what do we have looking left? 2071. All right, so if you don't have a mouse, I believe you can just do it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Control key, but maybe you might be able to use the plus and minus keys on your keyboard, Pauline. Just try that. You know, if you control, well, let me try. Control. Okay, or the arrow keys, okay? The arrow keys. So I've got the control key pressed down and I'm using my left arrow key to scroll back. Okay, and here's the right arrow key. So if you don't happen to have a mouse with a scroll wheel or something, you can do it that way also. All right, another one, Resin on the move here. R-E-S-N, on the move. Really, Juliet? I don't know. I'm looking at my Chromebook. There's no left or right arrow, really? Guys, I mentioned this one as a potential swing opportunity for those of you looking for swing trades. I mentioned this one in the pre-market, MIK, and it's doing pretty well. It's in my watch list, but it's not going to trigger unless it gets that relative volume up to 1. But, I mentioned it because, and why it's on the watch list is because it had all that room looking left. Well, I would say au contraire. Just, I want to ask the question again. The person who said they downloaded Trade Ideas 3 days ago, and when you click on Windows, you do not have fill screen. Is that person still in the room? Okay, GP, so you said you downloaded Trade Ideas a couple of days ago, and you do not have, in the Windows, you do not have fill screen. Is that correct? Okay. What version of Trade Ideas are you using? I just asked, and they said that's very old, and it messes up the screen, so we probably shouldn't have it there. But what version of Trade Ideas? If you click on Help and About, what version do you have? Just click on Help and About. Okay, so again, I just want to make sure. Okay, so GP 4.2.180. Okay, thank you. Anyway, talked to one of the developers, said that that's an old thing. I don't know why you're not seeing it, but I would just forget about it. Because they said he tried it and it messed up the screen, so it shouldn't be there. All right. Blasted. I wanted to get that Dan. All right, guys, this way in, on the move here. So are you talking about like the color codes you see here as an example, green and yellow and all that? Okay, this is just user defined, okay? If I right click on an alert window and I go to properties and select colors, okay? So I can have a background and a foreground. Me, I like to, green is good, yellow is bad, we'll say, all right? So that's all. I mean, it's just a matter of selecting from a palette. It's just personal choice. So when I see green or blue, for instance, that means the stock is making new highs. Yellow and orange, you don't see orange, but in some of my other ones, that's just so you can color coordinate it any way you want. Yeah, wow, MRSN just getting clobbered here. Keep an eye on this one, guys. Look at the 200-day moving average right here at 1826. It's getting close. So yeah, that news hit at 10 o'clock, announces corporate pipeline updates. Obviously, market not not liking it. Yeah, so I was asked where do I get the alert for Dan? Okay, this is one that I should probably add it. This is moving higher with unusual option activity. Okay, so I will give it to anybody who wants it. I think I will add that one also to my scans that I'm sharing. Meanwhile, TIGR, I know a couple of people are long this one on a swing trade, I believe. TIGR. You don't get too many alerts. Yesterday I only had one alert from this one. I've got pretty strong filters in here. The option amount has to be at least 5 times what it would normally trade option-wise. Okay, let me go over options just very quickly. We don't trade options as such, but we do have option filters. So for those of you interested, boy, that Dan, awesome. I wanted to get that right here. Okay, let me just go over the option filters that we have. I'm not sure what you mean. Not sure what you mean. On the Bollinger Band brake, it's only going to go yellow if it's made a new low for the day. So I'm not sure what you mean, Kaiser. So here are the option filters that we have. If I right click and type in options, so we have a put call ratio, some obvious ones, okay? Put call ratio, the volume today, put and call volume today. These are pretty obvious ones. Two that aren't so obvious, this options volume today, options volume. Boy, we should rename this. Anyway, 10-day average, something like that. But that's what it is. It's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And this is the key metric right here, the option volume today percent. So if you use that filter, and let's just say you put 200 in there. Okay, you put 200 in there. What does that mean? That means that, let's say a stock over the last 10 days, say, has averaged about 2,000 contracts a day. For you to see this stock today, it will have to trade at least 4,000 contracts. In other words, double, 200%. So what it's doing is, it's just another way of looking at stocks that are in play in terms of momentum. It's showing you abnormal option activity. Whether or not that helps you trade the actual options themselves, I can't tell you that. So Kaiser, I really don't know what you mean. Why doesn't it color? I mean, yellow. I mean, it's easier to find. So I don't know what you mean. All right, resin, what did it do? So, just a comment about what you're seeing here, the basic new highs and lows, and then the basic new highs don't repeat, basic new lows don't repeat. So what do I mean by this? So we have sometimes you just don't want to see the same signal triggering over and over and over again. And every time it makes a new high, you notice that, for instance, SYN, every time it makes a new high, you're going to see it here. The don't repeat feature, this is telling you, okay, this is the very first time we had an alert for SYN. It was at 9.37, the price was $1.12. And how you do that is if you right click, properties, and you see we have a don't repeat. So we have various time frames, just check don't repeat. And you can either don't repeat the symbol for 1 minute, 5, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day. So that's why I have picked, that's why you only see the stock the very first time you get the alert. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do since then? Here you're going to see it over and over again. Okay, so right click. So BC Stew, so right click, properties, select colors, all right? And then you just, select how you want to see it. You have a foreground and a background, both palettes. Just pick what you want. Foreground, background, okay? So again, right click Anybody else? Properties, select colors. Yeah, I think Zach might have mentioned IO a lot earlier today. I mean, look at the jump it had. I don't know if I can quite believe that, but look at the jump it had after hours yesterday. IO did have some news after hours. Reports first proprietary commercial deployment or something. So that was the pop for IO after hours, but the market opens, and I mean, remember, this was way up here at 328. It's all the way down to 250, starting to move again. IO, another low float situation, 11 million in the float. Not that much volume, only 400,000 shares right now. And AOV, I haven't seen that one for a long time. Yeah, again, these ones that are under a dollar, I really don't take a look at. To me, if it takes out $1.18 at some point, I mean, I know you're giving up on a percentage basis, but I mean, if it takes out $1.18, $1.19, then you look left and, I mean, that was a crazy day. Got all the way up to 235, but it sold, I mean, it just got cut in half by the end of the day. So it doesn't give you a lot of confidence. It doesn't give me a lot of confidence. Yeah, bullish and bearish, yes. All right, guys, 11:24. Yeah, this is a very, very minor pullback for MIK. Well, remember SLCA yesterday had a big upgrade from that Evercore, and it really, really ripped on that upgrade. So my only thoughts are, well, I mean, it's still, I mean, it's above yesterday's high now. So, and if you look left, 957. So it has some room maybe to 957. That's the next high looking left on that monthly chart. But that upgrade by Evercore yesterday really spurred it on. And, some volume has come in. Nice break on the fives. Trade of the week, I don't know if it's triggered yet, was UAVS. Yeah, it has not triggered. The trigger point is the suggested entry is $6.40. It did not trigger yesterday. Obviously, is not triggered today. It may not trigger. And at noon, Steve will be in the YouTube feed, our YouTube channel, and he is the originator of the trades of the week, so you can ask him questions about how he comes up with the trades of the week. I'm going to show you one little graphic. Give me a moment. Let me show you this graphic here. So this is what would have happened if you took this is starting April 1, all right? If you took every trade of the week, and here would be the rules. You would put $10,000 in. If the trade of the week triggered either Monday or Tuesday, then it would be counted in these stats. So for instance, UAVS, if it doesn't hit 640 today, then it's not going to trigger, and it won't be a trade of the week in theory. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't ever trade it, but it just will not be in these statistics. So what does this mean? What does this actually mean? So if you took $10,000 and you invested in the trade of the week, again, if it triggered, got rid of it Friday just before the market closed, and then you did the same thing, so you've got your 10,000 again, the following week, every time a trade of the week triggers, from April 1, so that would have turned into, can't quite, it's over 20, it's probably about $27,000. So from April 1 to now, to last week's trade of the week, from $10,000 to about $27,000. And that's just simple math. So if you're not subscribing to the trade of the week, and listen, do they all work? Of course not. But we were on a tremendous run until last week, actually. And in this one, it's not that it hasn't worked, it hasn't triggered. So, but if you're not subscribed to the trade of the week, it's a free service. Okay, I'm just going to show you Claude. Either Claude or Claude, depending on your where you live, I guess. If you click on my homepage link, see, I have a lot of information on my homepage, including how you can subscribe to the trade of the week. So it is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Claude, okay. Oh, Claude. All right. Québécois? Okay. Okay, so I cannot get into your computer to show you what I want. I'm not sure I understand what you even mean by that. You know, we don't repair computers. Okay, so GP, you're watching and you can hear me. So if you left click on a chart, okay, just to make sure so it knows it's the active chart, just start typing. So when you start to type, hopefully this change symbol box will pop up. All right, and then you just click on change or hit return on your keyboard. Yeah, really, really easy when you know it. It's not intuitive, but when you do it the first... Yeah, exactly. It's easy when you know how to do it. Like most things. So Peter, I'm not sure I understood what you meant. If you actually meant if you're having problems, technical problems with your computer, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but we cannot help you. Okay, so are you talking about yesterday's Q&A or webinar being there? Okay, should be able to. Let me just do a quick check. All right, let me just click on my homepage link and see if I can find it for you. I think we made a change to these. All right, let me go to my, I just want to go to our YouTube feed. It'll be there for sure. I thought it would be an easier way, but let me just, okay. So I do have a link for you. I don't like what we're doing with that. It used to be a lot easier, but here it is. So, okay, so when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, you're going to see this. You have to scroll down. You see this at the beginning, but you just scroll down, and this looks like this is yesterday. Yeah, office hours. So there it is. Just have to scroll down. Okay. Because it looks like it was just uploaded 10 minutes ago. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the way they're doing it. They used to be a lot easier. You used to be able to click on that webinar link and then you'd see all of the webinars listed very easily. But anyway. Was Peck a trade of the week? I don't think so. It would not typically be something that Steve would look at. The reason being the float is so low. Target for CWH. Okay, now I know why you're asking. It's because it's an AI alert. Personally, but let me just see where it came from. Personally, I wouldn't pay that much attention to targets. It'll be at just around noon, okay? I'll post the link. I just have to find where it came from. What strategy did it come from? Can you tell me? It's not going to be listed here because it's pulling the arrow back. Okay, so let's just take a look. just looking to see. Yeah, I don't even see the target. I don't see how this has been optimized. I mean, it's been optimized for almost an all-day hold, but I do not see. Yeah, I'm not even sure. But I personally, I wouldn't even pay attention to the target. I mean, look, what if I said the target was $2 away, and it starts approaching it, but it's trading well? You're not going to get out of the trade, right? The target. Yeah, I would forget about even looking at the differences. Grail 2.0 Neil. Ultimately, I know I feel like I've been saying this for years. Get rid of this designation. To me, who cares where they're coming from? Have this window up and running, and then manage the trades. You know, if I could see, you know, well, there's the target, okay? I can see what the target is, 28.56, you know, on that daily chart. So I'm just looking at this daily chart. You can see there's the target. But what does that mean? Let me just do some quick math. So if you have a daily chart up and running, you can see what the target is, all right? Do you have our, okay, it may be because if you right click properties, make sure it says show AI trades. You know, you've got a bunch of, it's possible these aren't checked. Okay? So just right click on the chart, and where it says properties, make sure you've got these checked. AI trades, indicators, especially AI trades. If I uncheck the AI trades, well, even it's still there. I don't know what I would have to uncheck not to see it. Maybe smart levels. Let me just see. No, it should be there. It's interesting that I don't know what I would have to uncheck. Just make sure they're all checked. Well, when you ask about any insight, he's not going to. All he's going to say about UAVS is that, you know, we have a trigger at a suggested entry at 640. It's not triggering, so, you know, this trade of the week so far will be a wash. You know, there's no harm, no foul. But when you say the insight, you know, he'll talk about the trade. He'll probably indicate, you know, how he comes up with the trades of the week, things like that. So it is now 11:40. So I'll put the link in. This is to, and Steve is just confirming that he is. Well, it's up to you. I know I sound a little exasperated, but it's up to you. I mean, it's laid out that the suggested entry is $6.40. It has not triggered. Okay, but we're not going to make a recommendation saying, yes, you should get in right now. I mean, it's really up to you. But the suggested entry was $6.40. Okay? Now, he might say, well, this is giving a better opportunity at a lower price, but, that'll be, I don't know what he's going to say. Just one moment, please. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of chime in also. I mean, he's looking at stocks that have some room to move. So if you look at UAVS on the daily, I mean, if it got over that 640, it has some room up to here. I think actually, I'm trying to remember what, I don't know if he had a target but I think that's what he's looking at. But you can ask him. Yeah, it's right around noon. Yeah, right around noon. No, in about 15 minutes, about 5 minutes from now. All right, guys, Sin City, look at it go. Wow. Sin, S-Y-N, guys. Well, okay, the stop, but it has not triggered. All right. Sorry, guys. The stop was the rising 10 SMA. So there it is right there. Okay. But it hasn't triggered yet. Oh, I see, Peter. Well, okay. I mean, before we would do that, though, it depends. If you're brand new to the software, I would, before we would do a remote and things like that. Usually, the remote is for problems that a person is having with our software. Okay, but if you're brand new, please take a look at this. The 20 short lessons. If you're going to say, well, guys, can you show me how to make an alert window or a top list window come on into my screen and do it for me? That is something that, obviously if we did that for every single person that wanted that, we could never get anything done. So, what I would do is take a look at those lessons. Now, if you're having some technical issues, sure. Yeah, this, okay, it got halted on the way up. Some people put a lot of importance on the RSI. For me, it's not as important, David, but a lot of people will put, huge importance on, on RSI. Certainly on maybe on bounce plays, looking at oversold situations or topping plays over bought situations. I'm not somebody who pays a huge amount of attention to it, but that's just me. You probably get other people saying many different things. Yes, you should use RSI. Yep, you have to have our premium service, but here they are. Okay, there are. I don't display them. I was asked, are there a list of AI trades today? I don't display them because it's just not fair to those who pay for the premium service. Mr. Real, I see you're in the room. Yeah, yeah, look at this craziness with this HSDT. So this got halted back here. I kind of lost sight of it, but I mean, look at the float, 1 million in the float. Anything can happen. Be awfully careful. That's all I can say. Okay, I just got out of my SYN just in case. I'm going to be taking my break, but it still looks interesting. It looks like it's going to pop here, yes, but I'm out of it. I can explain it right now, Alan. Omni, it's just all of the AI segments, Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, and Holly Neo, all in one. It's just that's all it is. So all the segments in one window. That's all Omni is. I personally though, if you're using our app, I would load this window. Forget about the different segments. Forget about anything other than seeing the alerts. I would just load this window. You know, don't use the channel bar. You use the channel bar, you're limited. Then you have to sort of stick on that layout. I would load it from here. You know, File, New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Then you see you can take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So every morning, this will be blank, of course, until the alerts come in. If that makes sense. Okay, so the flip setting, very cool thing we've got. I can show you right here, momentum up and momentum down. Okay, so let's say I created something called momentum up shared. Okay, and I've got here are my configurations. New high. Stock was up at least 4% from the open. Okay, so these are filters that can be flipped, and the alert that can be flipped. I'll show you what I mean. When I flip this, see now it's a new low, and now the stock is down 4% from the open. So in other words, it's taking this. This is just when I flip it, it's just kind of the reverse of what's happening here. These are momentum up, and then this is momentum down. That's what I did. That's what flip does. So it takes a strategy and just flips it. So you're getting alerts in one direction, and now you're getting alerts in the other direction with similar filters but flipped. Does that make sense? Volume is not affected. Price range is not affected. You can't flip those. How can you flip those, right? But obviously, if I say, well, look at stocks that are up 4%, now I want to see stocks down 4%. What if I want to see new highs or new lows? You flip, you know, and now I want to see new lows instead of new highs. So anything that is flippable, but, you know, you can't flip a price range. You can't flip volume. But anything that is flippable will flip. It's just a time saver. Now this DFFN, which can be active and crazy, actually it's not a low float. 63 million in the float is not a low float. All right, guys, I just want to get my announcement in. Steve has not showed up yet in the YouTube feed, but I just want to get my announcement. Back around 12:30. Oops, 12:30, not 12:20. Say I'm still here. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Yeah, absolutely. You know, right click. Well, scans. I mean, one of if you go to my homepage, Momentum Up, they require big volume spikes. So if you click on the subscriptions tab and click on my homepage link, and then go to my scans. Momentum up or down. It depends if you want to go up or down, but they require big volume pops. Okay? Oh, no problem. That is why I'm here. So, if, for instance, you notice ATOS, look at the volume that came in on that 2-minute candle. That's why I would get an alert in the momentum up because of that volume spike, as an example. Okay, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube feeds. I'll put the link again for the our YouTube channel. He's not there. Should be there momentarily. In fact, he's just posting that he is there. Okay, hi Steve. All right, I'm going to stop my stream so you guys can head over to the YouTube channel and ask Steve all the questions you want about the trades of the week.
Hello everybody. Looks like you've got eyes on me. Let me mute that YouTube feed so I don't hear my voice. Grab a sip of water and say hello. I'll be taking over for Barry today for the afternoon. For those that don't know, my name is Steve Gomez. I am user number 3 at Trade Ideas. What that means is the co-founders, Dan, the salesman, and Phil, the savant programmer, built something, and I was the first person they called. And Dan said, "Do you want to be a beta tester?" And I said, "Hell yeah." And the rest is history. And that was back in 2003. So here we are. Hello, everybody. Hello, Downtime, Stuart, Sam, Baiju, Iris, Bill. Happy New Year to you all. Chris. Oh, no, that was a different Chris. Looks like I'm in here alone. I don't see any other guys. But nonetheless, I'm happy to talk about whatever it is you guys want to talk about. I mean, right off the top of my head, going right into the general backdrop of things. Yesterday we had a giant engulfing candle, dark cloud candle as they would call it, because the red engulfed the green. And as I said in Jamie's webinar yesterday, I kind of expect some residual selling. Haven't really seen residual selling today, but what I have seen is this little rejection wick right here into that moving average, which is flattening out. So also this blue line is very significant to me at times. This is a 5-day rolling moving average using a 15-minute chart, and a lot of times this thing can show up. If I go right into UAVS, you'll see that it's actually kind of holding back UAVS a little bit. We'll talk about that. That's actually the trade of the week for Trade Ideas, but technically it has not triggered. I'm going to talk about this more today in the afternoon webinar. Oh wow, we got a lot of viewers. I just looked over there. Hello everybody. This is what UAVS looked like going into the weekend, and this is just beauty. I mean, really nice consolidation. Really hoped and expected to see something like that on Monday, but we did not get it. But for that reason alone, notice the blue line there is really the high of 2 candles back last week. That would have been Wednesday, roughly. We go into yesterday, and all of a sudden, we just broke. Now, also, there was news, and not good news. It was dilution news of a secondary offering or some sort of warrant offering. Never a good thing when that happens with these stocks under $10 and $5. But then today, boof, residual bounce right back up. So there's a war going on, but what I see is just, we're on the other side of this moving average now. And again, guys, technically, trade of the week has not triggered. If it does consolidate here and move up, right there's our trigger right there. If it does move up through there, then the trade of the week is technically live. However, I just don't know if I'm going to participate. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't know if I'm going to participate. I don't like it when these things break down and get all wishy-washy in this zone. I want to keep things as clean and clear and simple as possible. And to me, that would have been something like a nice push off that candle right there. Super clean. But looks like they wanted to go down, they being the algorithms, and test the low of this candle right here. So we'll see. All right, let's talk about some questions if we have any. That's just kind of my initial thoughts on the day. NASDAQ, same thing. I'm keeping an eye on that rejection wick there in the daily. There's the 5-day. Look at the 5-day, how it supported the NASDAQ yesterday, or 2 days ago, excuse me. Broke down through it. So now I kind of expect this to be acting as a bit of resistance. We'll see what happens. All right, hello, Stuart. I want to do a second room support like Barry does, but more basic for really new to trading people. I'm closer to being new to trading, so I can relate with newer people. So it sounds like Stuart's saying he wants just a room for just complete newbies, the green room we could call it, or something like that. I understand what you're saying. Barry and his traders are in there doing their thing, beating away, and sometimes some people might not want to jump into that flow and ask a question. That's an interesting point. Stuart, you're welcome to email info@trade-ideas.com, because I'm going to tell you, aside from this, this is literally one of the forums for you to do that. This is an hour a day where you can come and ask anything. There's no wrong questions. There's no questions too basic. But Chris, our newest user/employee, has been kicking the idea around of opening such a second room for such ideas. So it wouldn't hurt, Stuart, if you want to drop an email, again, to info@trade-ideas.com. And in the message header, you could say suggestion for second live stream room or second live room for newbies, something along those lines. And you could even grab the attention of Chris in the header, and that might add some more fuel to the fire to turn on that second room. It's not a bad idea. All right, moving on. Ben Stuart, feel free to ask anything you like here. We'll talk about it. Mike, how long do you usually hold the order open for trade of the week? Oh, it's essentially it is through the close of Wednesday. Now, I'm going to talk today. If you show up or you watch the replay tomorrow of today's webinar, I've got a graphic we're going to go into, and we actually put together a whole data set and an infographic and some numbers to talk about how the trade of the week went last year. And essentially, the trade of the week is just mirroring the risk management profiles that I'm doing in 3 other accounts, which all had a good year and outperformed everything. So I'm going to talk about that. Technically, in order for us to have data points, we have to have cutoffs and ifs and thens and rules. If the trade of the week does not trigger by the close of Wednesday, that's our mandate, that's our rule, then there is no trade. So essentially, we have still half of today and all of tomorrow for that 640 level to trigger in UAVS. Back to that for a second. The more it consolidates, if it consolidates for the rest of today and then blasts through tomorrow, I'm okay with that. It's just this big giant move from all the way down here as we got close to it. I thought, oh boy, I almost don't want it to trigger. I want it to at least consolidate and try and get a second wind and show its true colors. But to answer your question, Wednesday at close is when the trade has to have triggered. If not, it becomes a no trade for the week. Gain. What is the different new high with no input in the alert box and new high with one alert in box? You confused me on that one. New high, okay, with no, okay, I think I got you. Okay, I know what you're talking about. The new high is an intraday alert, and when we select those alerts, new high or new lows, Gain is talking about these quality windows, these qualifier windows here. If I only want to see a new high on the day, I'm going to see new highs all day long by leaving this window blank. If, for instance, I want to create an alert that's only going to show me a new 10-day high or a new 5-day high, put a 5 in there. So all the intraday highs are not going to show up, but once it makes its first 5-day high. We've qualified it to show us that perspective now. So that's the answer to your question, I'm pretty sure. All right, Kanan. Hello, another newbie. They're everywhere. You guys are not alone. There's a lot of newbies coming to the markets right now. Where should I look for entry, stop, and targets for specific tickers? Well, entries, stops, and targets. For specific tickers. So I assume if you want to look at a specific stock, let me look at one that I'm actually in. It's a goofy little one right here, but let's just look at it for a second. This is an ammunition company. It's one of the few small, volatile small caps that I'm going to take a shot in, and this is what I'm noticing. So the answer to your question is every ticker is going to be unique, and I'm just trying to show you this one perspective that I'm currently in. Notice the 20-day simple moving average. The closing price held there. It tested it, but it held. Bounced there yesterday, and the low of today bounced. So this is now telling me the stock is behaving using the 20-day moving average. Therefore, I do not want to see this stock close below a 20-day average, this 20-day average. So that's going to become my out. Now, I qualify that because the moment it crosses below that is not the moment that I want to sell it. I just want to watch it and watch it closely, because this day here gave us a little scare. But I've often found that when I wait and let things move a little bit through there, and if they can pop back up, by the end of the day, they're going to do so. Let me rephrase that. If they're going to be strong, they're going to recover by the end of the day and regain that moving average. And it did so here yesterday. The day before. Yesterday, it didn't even challenge it that much. A couple of ticks below, and boom, the buyers jump back in, and boom. Today, right on the screws. It looks like right to the penny we touched that low, and that became our support. So one would think this is a tell sign for this particular stock. It's adhering to this, or at least the buyer in this thing is loading up every time it comes back to that moving average. So there is our out, all right? If this thing were tomorrow to roll over and test it, but then by the end of the day, whoever asked that question, count on, it closes, it gives me a big red candle and closes below that moving average, I am out. I'm out. It didn't hold. It didn't do what it did these last 3 days. So there's our risk management to the downside. What about the target? Well, targets come by looking left. Zooming out, looking left. Okay, this stock has been higher in the past. How about that? Good to know. So what I would do is I would come in here. I'm going to right click and just put another price alert up there that says, hey, actually, let me do something. Let me show you something here. I'm going to delete that. Let's try that again. I'm going to right click, create a price alert, but I'm going to remind myself resistance is here. So I'm already getting ahead of the jet plane. I'm flying the jet plane, 20 miles down the road, 200 miles down the road. So you can see those levels right there. Come back and try and look at it. There we go. On this day, back in January last year, we had pretty good resistance. So that means now that the tide has turned and the stock is looking a lot better, we're hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, we're going to blast up into, and this will become target number 1. All right, so I will sell half of my position at this level. And the reason I will do that is because I don't want to sell myself short and leave too much on the table and watch this thing run to $10 without me. So we'll take some off and we'll feed the psychological demons and give ourselves a bit of a profit. Target number 2 is going to be back here. That's kind of a head and shoulders back there. I could just draw this one without marking it up. That could become target number 2 over the next coming weeks maybe. So this is how I'm going to play this particular stock. The answer to your question is there's no one right way to get out. You don't say, if it's down 1%, I'm punching out. The market doesn't care that your entry is down 1%. You have to find technical reasons to get out. They're giving you a reason. For instance, UAVS, I'll be honest with you, I nibbled some UAVS into the weekend. And yesterday, it looked terrible. And I said, oh boy, if this thing closes under that moving average like this right there, guess what? Guess who got out yesterday? I did. And it was just a starter position. It was just something to watch. But that, as I was saying, it didn't do what I expected to do. I gave it all day. It didn't work. It closed, big red candle under that key crucial moving average. I don't want to stick around. Now, Was I right? Maybe not. I might have been wrong to do that, but I don't care. Let me just say this. I was discussing this morning with Brian Shannon. There should never, ever be any regrets in trading. What do I mean by that? I got all these positions over here I need to monitor, and I've got some capital that I want to look for new stuff. If I keep pulling up UAVS and go, oh, why did I do this? Why didn't I just, it's tapping too much mental capital right now. Why is this thing going to live rent free in my head? I made my decision. I got out, followed my rules, no regret. All right, so that was for Kanaan to try and talk about how to manage trades. They're symbol by symbol. There's no one right way to do it all based on the setup. Sometimes if you chase a stock, you better be prepared to have a big wide stop. If I buy a stock that pulled back and is basing and really big, deep pullback, I might buy a lot more shares because my stop is going to be very tight. It's not a chase. It's buying a dip. All right, Stuart, yeah, email that info, and that might light a fire under Chris for us to get that going for newbies, because we do, and we do expect, as I said, a lot of new traders are coming into the market for whatever reason. People working at home, new jobs, stimulus, COVID, what have you. It's the reasons. Hello, HR. For the candlestick pattern, like a 10-minute bottoming tail, is it the percent size of the tail? Is there a place where all the definitions are listed? Let's do this. So he's talking about a candlestick pattern. So we're going to go to our configure menu in search, and I'm going to use this category drop down here. Let's see if there's something in there. Look at this, we've got candle pattern. So the first thing you're going to want to do is let's drill down into our candle patterns, and there you see them. Okay. You asked about a 10-minute, so I would say like a 10-minute hammer could be right there. And let's see, it's going to ask us what is the percent. I see this is your question right here. So we've zeroed into your question. What does this mean? So here's what I'm going to suggest. And for anything, we highlight that and look at the button down here. We've got the help button. Now we can bring up a little description, and the answer might be in there. Let's see here. These candle patterns. Let's go to the hammer. All right. It says more options. What we're looking for, obviously, as the percent. What does that percent mean? What I'm pretty sure it means in that particular case is how much of a percent move from the high to the low does that candle create? But let's just see if we can find it. Remember, we only report at the close of this candle. Once that closing candle is moved on, that's when we report it. This candle must occur in a downtrend. Interesting. Okay, here we go. These alerts are graded on how closely the stock matches the ideal shape. 0% would mean that there was no match at all. Of course, if the stock pattern has a match, we are likely to report that as an alert. 100 would be an ideal match. Again, this would be an ideal and extreme case, and very few, if any, alerts would come through. So it sounds like this is kind of a 1 to 100 percentile qualifier. You're going to just have to experiment with that number. Maybe put 50% in there and see if you start to get some patterns that you like. Maybe make another one with the 75%. Maybe make a couple different windows and see what the different percentiles look like. And once you say, hey, you know what, that percentile looks like it's giving me the candles that I kind of want to see, that's what I would go with. And I think that's the best way to answer your question there, HR. I was assuming what you did, that it would be the size of the tail. Yeah. So hopefully that helps. You can dig in there. All right, for Alan, where does Trade of the Week get published? It gets published in email form. And if you're not on that email list, just go ahead and email us at info@trade-ideas.com, and we'll send you the link on how to sign up for that. You'll get it every Monday morning before the market opens. So one means price is higher than yesterday. Yes, one would mean a high in the new high gain. One would mean it took out yesterday's high. Hello, Iris. How would you build an alert crossover 200 SMA and start going up on high volume? Well, the first thing we have to do is look at our 200 SMA and see what we got to go back to all. Okay, change from the 200 SMA in percent. That's the filter we're going to need. Okay, so we'll hold that for a second. But you also said you wanted to have a new high. So you need a new high. Let's do this. I think you're going to probably want whatever I build, so we better start from scratch. There's the new high. If we do 200, change from the 200 SMA in percent. We want to add that filter. New high. Okay, everything else, you can leave open, relative volume, anything you want, volume today. But the point is you want a new high, and change from 200-day SMA would be 0.01, and the minimum means it just crossed above. Now, we're going to see a whole lot of alerts if we don't put a maximum in here. It sounds to me like you only want to see when a stock is making a new high up through the 200, so we might as well cap that. Otherwise, we're going to see everything above a 200. So 0.01 to say, no more than 0.5% above. So in that moment, you're going to see stocks making new highs only between 0.1% above the 200, but no more than 0.5% above the 200. That little time window. So I'll call this cross above 200 SMA new high. And we'll click OK. And I'm going to share it with you. And I know, Iris, that you can fill in all the other blanks that you need to fill in for average daily volume and relative volume and things like that. So I will say for Iris, and I will dump that cloud code right there in the chat. Hopefully that is a good starting point for you. All right. Hello, Mike. Sam, so I should ignore, you should never ignore a stop loss. I'm just saying personally, if you, geez, that UAVS is going to it's going to torment me. And I talked about that. I can't let it get in my head. A stop loss is a stop loss. I mean, if you want to put a hard loss in there, you put it in there and you don't avoid it. But in my experience, I can kind of watch and see how things are behaving once they hit a certain level. And if they start to bleed for the rest of the day, then I might get out. But what I don't do, let me just answer this. What I don't ever do, hardly ever, Sam, is put in a stop loss to the broker and say, good till canceled, market stop loss, get me out if the price touches $9.50. Because everybody does that too. And all of a sudden, the algorithms out there, they know that your stop loss is there because you got free commissions. You think you have free commissions, but you don't. You're being sold out by your broker to those algorithms. And they know that if they go down there and they knock over all the pins and set the pins back up, they can shake the shares and reverse it on you. It happens all the time. So I don't allow them to see where my stop order is. I keep it in my head, but never ever ignore it. Once you've got that stop order and you've defined it because of a particular reason, never start redrawing stop losses lower and lower and lower. That's the game you don't want to get involved in. All right, so we are at Mike. What does time stop mean in the AI? Okay, it means so all these strategies in the AI might have a reason to get out in 30 minutes, 90 minutes, 120 minutes. That's just how they back tested. They back tested using those time frames that came out with the best score. So that's how long they're deployed for. And again, that would be called conservative mode because if you play along with the AI in conservative mode, you're getting in and getting out with the AI. Moderate mode is really what we suggest because the value is in the AI entry. Let the AI serve up the entry in real time, and then you kind of manage when and where you want to get out. And people are doing better by doing that way. So the ones on my screen here, this is just the Holly Neo segment. When I go segment, it's just the Holly Neo, and they're always going to be the same four. 2 longs and 2 shorts, and they are always designed to go all day. So these are Pacific Coast times. These are my times, and so 15 minutes to the close, and then these three are going to exit at 10 minutes to the close every single day unless you override them. Not a problem, Mike. This is why our new people come here. This is where we tell all the new people to come, so welcome. All right. Where do the trades of the trade of the week, or you mean there is no trade of the day, Kanan? There is no trade of the day. We have only the trade of the week, and that's just kind of a marketing gimmick, to be honest with you, and an idea to get you to come to our webinars and learn about the product and how we use it. Sometimes, mostly the ideas come from my scans. The A-Table Junior gave a lot of ideas in the last month, coming into the end of the year. Did not use that for UAVS though. See, now I'm piquing my interest. Yeah. We'll see how that goes, but interesting. It still may trigger, but I'm going to tell you, I probably am not going to participate. It didn't do what I expected, and I don't feel like going for a ride in the back seat. I feel like being the driver, as hard as that sounds, because you can't control these things, but I like to feel like I'm in control. Oh, wow, I got to keep scrolling. We got some questions to get through here. Dom, just want to share my observation. Been trading for 6 months. When I look at all my past trades, I picked really good trades. I managed my losing trades really well because I decided the risk before I took the trades. However, I didn't manage my winning trades well. I get out too early because I did made the profit, and I should have. Here's an example. I went long Alcoa on the 17th and was in and out. Oh, I've got some ones to show you, Dom. I mean, you're not the only one. Okay. So I have an answer for you. First, it's great to hear that you are managing your portfolio well. You know, a good blotter, a good portfolio, a good list of trades, open positions should be nothing more than a garden. Let the ones that are in the sun reach for the sun. Let them keep reaching for the sun. The ones that are in the shade and they're red and they got weeds and they just don't want, weed them. Get them out. Turn that capital into cash so you can move that into something better. And if you're constantly getting rid of the bad ones and not being emotionally attached to them and letting the good ones run, I know that's your question. We'll get to it. That is, that's the way to go. Now, I have a solution. It's easier said than done, and I'll give you an example. You guys that have been around me for a while know that I was long X for such a long time down here. And then X was trending, and I got real excited. And then on this day, I pretty much got out of all my X. And imagine how I felt after pounding the table on that thing, watching this thing day after day. What did I do wrong? And what should we always be doing in the future? And this is what I like to do, and it's what I talked about. If you caught it a minute ago, when I talked about POW, somebody was asking how to manage a trade. I said I'm going to get out here if it breaks that closing, if the closing price breaks that. But then we looked left, and we found that first blue line. And what did I say I was going to do? Sell half, maybe sell third. Let's talk thirds here for a minute, because this is how it really might work. Okay, so I sell a third here. What have we accomplished? We have accomplished feeling good about our career choice. We took profits. We made money. They can't take that booked profit away. We also have 2/3 still left on the table to work for us. Some of the biggest fears we have sometimes is we have to take that money before that money is taken back from us. You see that profit and you're like, oh man, it's still moving around. If I don't book it now, I'm never going to have it, and I'm going to fear that they're going to take it away. When in reality, and that's the way we're all wired as humans, can't help that. Nothing wrong with that. But in reality, the way we should be feeling is we should be fearing those moves in Alcoa that we're going to miss out on. We should be fearing those moves in US Steel that I missed out on. I also botched it in UAVS the first time up. I was in a couple times, but then in, looking good, feeling good, sold half, sold the other half, and then I wondered, what did I do? So now, and I'm going to continue to remind myself, I want to play in thirds if I can. So back to our example in POW, my plan here is if we can get to that first blue line, I'm going to sell a third. It'll feel good about myself. I've exercised the greed and the fear demons. I'm no longer fearing that they're going to take that money from me, but I still have the greed demon is still happy as well because I've left money in play. I'm going to tell you guys what I've learned over the years is the real money is made in those ones that you just say, great, I'm going to let that last chunk work or that last half work and not get out and keep raising my stock. Those are the ones where you participate in Alcoa and X. And it's the only possible way to do it, because the feeling is so strong that if I don't take this profit now, I'm going to just kick myself for not taking it when I did. There's really no way to be right. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So that's why selling chunks satisfies the emotional demons and keeps you in play. So that's going to be my strategy there in POW. So that's what I would say to you there on Dom, to try and let those things run. Are you in 1/3? Did you take good profits? Do you still have 1/3? That's what you need to ask yourself. Do I still have 1/3 in play? Do I still have 1/3 in play? And if you do, is there any reason to get out of that 1/3? Did that 1/3 break the 20-day moving average? Did it break the 10-day? I would give that third the 20-day average. In X, look at what that could have done for me. If I had given that 10-day average, literally, I wouldn't have sold there if I was using the 10-day average. If I was using the 20-day average, I wouldn't have sold until right about there. Well, now it's making a secondary move, but whatever. No regrets, right? We cannot have regrets. It just takes up too much mental energy. Sorry, guys, I was on mute there. Talking to a family member. All right, so 70% of my trades were similar to this. All right. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps, Dom. That was all geared for you and me, to remind me still as well. What's the difference between the A table and the A table junior? Baiju, it's a great question. All I did was I took the A table, which is a stock scan looking for strong stocks using our filter composite rating of 80, which is a B student and A student above. Stocks that have minimum of their float held by short sellers of 10% and higher, and that's what I'm double clicking and sorting by. But all we did was we took the price and we said, a lot of people like to focus on stocks under $25, so we made it under 25, and that's the only difference between the A table and the A table junior. Yeah, so Dom, back to where to put your stop on your last bit. I like to just let the price close. It's going to show me that it's going to close below that rising moving average, because it's going to test that moving average all the time. But once it closes below that moving average, that's usually the early tell and the early signal to get out. Okay, so we'll certainly go ahead and share the A table junior. And while I'm doing that, yes, Sam, you can ask a question about a specific stock if you'd like. Oops. All right, there you go. For Baiju and whoever else wants it. Sam wants to look at DRIO. Okay, first glimpse tells me it's probably getting a little tired. Okay, you see how it has, we're going to look left here, Sam. Right there, that orange line that I'm going to mark up. That is where sellers jumped in before, for the most part, if not up here as well. But we're going to be conservative and say that's where the sellers. And boy, look at the transposition of this yellow line over here in our 15-minute chart. Pretty darn close. I'm going to say this thing might be done for the moment, because you've got a couple, 3 days, 4 days of nice green movement. These things don't go up forever. They need to take a breath. It's one big giant inhalation. It's going to need to take a breath and gather some steam. So, once it starts moving, I'm looking left to see where are the sellers likely to jump in. It's a good looking stock. This would be the kind of thing where you might want to sell half or a third up here at these levels, and then hold on to the other 2/3 and just wait and see what happens as these strong moving averages hold and support the price and bring up the rear. Not a bad looking stock at all. All right, Baiju, you're welcome. I'm Steve, by the way. I do sound like Chris. Well, I bet that's what's happening. First day Chris came into our Trade Ideas marketing meeting, everybody said, whoa, whoa, wait a minute, he sounds like Steve. Oh boy, this isn't going to work. So maybe that's what you're confusing, my voice. All right, let's do this, guys. Let's go through my current positions. Let's talk about how I'm managing them. TGB is a mining stock. You're going to see a lot of mining stocks right now. No worry about it, Baiju. I do sound like Chris. This does not look bad. This is actually probably one of my biggest holdings. I'm really bullish on the small cap mining stocks. If you recall, yesterday the year opened up with the gold miner juniors, GDXJ, big gap, and it's holding that gap today. So early tell January, so goes January, so goes the year. Maybe this is what's going to be in play. We'll see. But TGB is copper and nickel and a couple other things. I just love, look at how it's holding. My favorite, average. Not bad. So nice consolidation here. If we can just push out of the consolidation, hey, I mean, if you're looking for an idea, I'm not suggesting it, but pretty nice 4 or 5 day range here. If it closes below this 130 level, 131, it's going to be closing below that 10-day moving average. That's going to get my attention in a bad way. But for now, I'm letting it reach for the sun. Smith & Wesson, interesting move today, and it's telling me it might be heating up. It's not something you'd want to chase here. It's something I've been long for a while. You can see the blue lines are my entry points down here. I've been up and I've been down in this thing for a while. Here comes another small mining stock, junior miners, just like the ones we saw yesterday. You can see I've been in this one for about a week and a half back here. Out of the money, in the money. Now I'm just going to let this thing move, let it work. CDE, another small mining stock. This one does silver. Nice day yesterday. Nothing wrong with that. Oil play. This is a small energy play. Now I was in this thing back here when it first broke out, and then I realized, okay, let's just let it consolidate. Okay, consolidate. No reason to get out. Moving averages are holding it. Moving averages are holding. Oh, nice day yesterday, and then a nice follow-through day today. We'll see how it closes. Back to silver. I decided that silver was so strong yesterday. I had some cash I could play with today that they jammed this thing down on the open, down to here, and I didn't catch it until here, but I said I'll take that. And hopefully that silver miner moves higher. I think you can see a theme building. Ride. This is one of the only alternate vehicles I've got in 2021. They were hot in 2020. This one just kind of still has my attention for some reason. I don't know why, but yesterday I really liked that little downside wick. You see how it pushed down and then reversed? I bought the close yesterday. You can see that there. I bought the close right there. And then lastly, the one we've been talking about. Ooh, POW starting to get some lift again. So that's my current swing trade portfolio. I don't have anything much else. Back to the questions. Looks like you guys are attentive. Iris, I tried the 200 alert, but I am getting bad stocks. Well, if you want to see new stocks that are above the 200-day moving average, that's really the only thing that I would be able to suggest for you. If you're getting bad stocks, I don't know what bad stocks mean. Does that mean you're not getting enough volume? The price should be above a 200-day moving average. I'm going to load it. Today. PBH. Okay. There is the 200-day moving average. Now, when you say bad stocks, there's 9 different directions you can go with that. I mean, are they too low on a 50-day range? Do they need to be at a 52-week high? Or I don't know what you mean by not bad, but the point is right there, that's a stock making a new high right above of the 200-day moving average. Beyond that, you need to figure out what you want to qualify. Can you share your above all SMAs? Yeah, above all SMAs is, let's just go through a couple of these. You can see it's just what it sounds like. They're trending above all their SMAs. And you're going to see things that are trending. What I look for are things like, they're going sideways for a while. Things that are going sideways eventually might resolve higher. What I'm not looking for is to chase things on here. But yes, the question is, can you share this? We can do that. There's that. Again, so Iris, everything I pull up here is just going to only satisfy what you asked me about. The new high right above the 200-day. Everything else is going to have to be filtered, additional filters depending upon what it is that you want to see. Low volume, okay. Okay, so if they're low volume, why not maybe put in a relative volume of 1.0? You could maybe even put in volume today, 300 or 400,000 shares. That will clean up the volume. If you want to see a stock that's near a 52-week low, you would use a position in 1-year range. Or if you want to see stock near a 30-day high, you could do position in 30-day range and start to filter, zero in on that type of perspective. There's many different ways you can go. Somebody's talking about TRIP. TRIP is holding that moving average I talk about ad nauseum for sure. Do I use Interactive Brokers? I do in one of the other accounts I trade. We use Interactive Brokers in this account over here. So I have some familiarity with it, but that's a shared account. We use the Brokerage Plus, just manual order execution for that, or one-click trading. So, if you had a specific question about the Interactive Brokers, I might be able to help you, Michael. All right, we're caught up. Let's do this. I will go through the A-Table Junior and talk about things that are interesting, okay? Not interesting. It's a chase. Now remember, these are sorted by the highest short float, so the ones that are near the top theoretically could have the nicest short squeeze. You could make a case for that, but it's not exactly ideal. I'm going to try and find some ideal consolidation. That AR pullback with consolidation back here would have been kind of interesting, but now it's a chase again. Oil and energy stocks have been strong today. This could be interesting. This MDRX has been really flatlining for a while and starting to try and, define itself above that tight range. Here's something you could do and just say, if it makes a new high above that level, above 14, maybe I'll want to know about it because, look, since November, it's been stuck in this range since November. So the longer, the tighter the range, the more power it could have coming out of that range. That's not bad. AG is a silver stock. I'm not going to chase that. Eli Callaway, you could make a case for that. Not exactly a sexy stock in golf clubs, but nice consolidation, nice compression. That's probably the word I'm looking for, is compression. We don't want to chase green candles. We're looking for compression, and we want to try and anticipate movement coming out of that compression. Like MTDR. Let's go back one day. Let's play the time machine game. Wow, look at that. Sideways, 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 holding, compressing, compressing. These are the ones where you might have to say, I'm just going to jump in and take a chance here. And if the shorts get scared, in this one there's 17% short, there, boom, that might be the short squeeze is on. So this is how I use this particular scan, looking for things that are compressing, consolidating. I would not chase this in a million years. There's 25 or 30 ideas on here, but there might only be 2 or 3 that I'm interested in setting a price alert on. And then the lower we go, the less opportunity there is for short squeezes. All right, enough of that. But again, the workflow, the process is, go through there, find something you like, right-click, and create a price alert so it'll pop right in your face when it goes off and you won't miss anything. How do I keep the charts updated with trading outside of IB. The IB data feed doesn't include the charts. I mean, if you're talking about the Trade Ideas charts, they only refresh about once every 10 seconds. I don't need a tick-by-tick chart. If you feel like you need a tick-by-tick chart, then your broker might offer something more speedy in that respect. Our speed and our technology is in the actual alerts themselves. The alerts will come through, and then the chart will slowly update afterwards in many cases. So if you're concerned that the charts feel slow to you in Trade Ideas, if that's your question, your only real option is to use the external linking feature in the toolbar and follow the external linking wizard. If you need more help with that, you can go to our live chat if that's what you're talking about. IBKR is hard to understand. You don't get it. So, that's why you could use our Brokerage Plus module. This thing right here is attached to an interactive brokerage account. And if I want to come in here and sell half of RKT, I'd highlight that and I'd click half. And it's an easier way to manage trades and come down here and do things down there manually if I wanted to buy another 400 or whatnot. So we're using the IB account for this live account, but at the same time, we're not using their interface to trade. If you have an IB account, highly recommend that you open the Brokerage Plus and have us help you connect to it. And you connect to it each day, and it's a much easier experience to trade through. How do we get day trading or swing trading alerts? Well, that's a loaded question. I mean, it's whatever you want to get. The day trading alerts are everywhere. The ones I've built, I don't really day trade, so I don't have any day trading alerts, but there are, Alpha Predator and what's moving and things like momentum, those are going to be your day trading ones in these channels and the scans that are in there. For swing trading, I just showed you how I do it. I just look for the scan, look for things that are compressing, things that might have a trigger, and then I change it to using the price alert. And once that price triggers, I've essentially turned this top list window into an alert with that one specific stock that I have alerted myself to. There's no one right or wrong way to get day trading or swing trading alerts. You got to kind of figure out what you're looking for and then build it. Curious about how you keep your charts updated as far as buy and sell activity. So I might have been talking wrong for Michael as far as buy and sell activity. If you're talking about when I click into these, I'm clicking directly into my Brokerage Plus window on my other screen. And that's the ones that shows me I've been in SWBI forever. It shows me I've been in EGO as soon as my screen unlocks here. Come on. There we go, EGO. So if you're talking about that blue tag, that blue B plus tag, any trade that I've mirrored, I'm just ruin that. I'm just using this module to mirror another account that is not connected, and so it's a simulated account, but those are real positions in another account. And when I click on those symbols directly, that's what gives me the buy tag that shows me I bought CDE back on this day. It shows me that I bought RIDE yesterday right there at the close. I think that's what you were talking about. So once you mirror, or if you have your symbols in the Brokerage Plus, it'll show you those tags. Other than that, I'm not exactly sure. What's the best way to set up an alert to capture pullback on an intraday of strong stocks? Yes, I've got a good one. So I've got one that's actually in the AI, but the AI took it and ran with it. It's called the quarterback. All it does is it looks for strong stocks that pulled back 25% on the day. So I would start with something like this. This will give you stocks. So let's look at this one. Look, it's up on the day and it pulled back, and it's giving me the alert right here. So this is the kind of alert that will keep you from chasing things. It will find things that are strong on the day and give you a moment of opportunity as it's pulling back. ABC just gave us a small pullback as well. That looks like it's a, yeah, look, ABC is a different strategy, but that's in the AI today. So let me pop that in there. That is the quarterback, or at least an iteration of it. So it's exactly what you're asking for. You'll see stocks that are strong, that are up on the day, but they're pulling back 25%. How am I doing that? Well, geez, let's look at that for a second. It's kind of cool. How do I do that? How do I alert a new low at 25%? So, 25% from highs, we already have that. But check it out. Here's something I could do if I wanted to. I could still take stocks that are strong on the day, right? They're up on the day, change from the close, up at least 1%, relative volume strong. But I could say, maybe I want to see a new 5-minute low. Even though we're up on the day, a 5-minute low will still trigger. But I only want to see it position in range. And this is for your 50% example, okay? Position in range. Add filter. I would say position in range. Minimum 50, maximum 51, 52. So the stock's up on the day, right? We know that. It just made a 5-minute low into today's range, and it hit the 50% half pullback. That's another way in which you could do that. Whoever was asking that question. Yes, we talked about interactive brokerage. Use the B plus monitor module. Hi, Dom. I see your question. We're getting really big to do the personalized one-on-one sessions now, so we don't really offer those as much anymore, and we try to use this particular session here as best we can to give personal instruction. But we always have, of course, the email. If you wanted to ask me a specific question by email, I can certainly help you and help you there as well. We've just got so many new users coming on board. And if you guys remember your first day using Trade Ideas, you were probably a little bit, what the hell do I do with this thing? And that was it. Great. All right, Michael has got his question. Good to know. I'm going to go for about another 5 or 6 minutes for you guys today. So we're getting close to the top of the hour. Can I enable AI trading for only my selected trades? You want to enable AI to trigger stocks only in my like window? That's not possible now, Baiju, but it will be possible in the future. And I'm just going to say future as a generalized term. I don't know when. Meaning right now there's no there's no input output with the AI. It's just a strategy set, configuration set, triggered. This is the stock. And the reason that's the stock is because last night the AI was doing 1 million back tests to determine what the best configuration would be to give us the best back testing stats, the best score, the best probability is the word I'm searching for. But going forward, we do want to start saying, hey, Apple, Tesla, Google, the FANG stocks, let's have the AI start to monitor those and suggest when those buy. So that's to be coming at some point in the future. All right. Is it possible to share that example, please? Which example? You're talking about the 50% pullback? Yeah, I think you were. I'll be happy to do that again. Let's just build it from scratch because I was actually building on top of something. So let's do that. I assume you're talking about the one that we did a second ago. So new 5-minute low. Five-minute low. That's our event. Hide the others. Boom. Position in today's range. Position in range. Oh, minimum 50, and of course you can change this to whatever you want. Let's just go 55. We'll give it a 5% window there. Now, of course, you're going to want to do your price filters, maybe minimum 5. You're going to want to do volume today, at least 300,000 shares traded today. Maybe you want relative volume of 1, and maybe you want things that are up at least 1.5% from the prior close. That we would call 50% pullbacks. We'll say OK. Let's see what it gave us to start with here. How about that? SOXL gave us a 50% pullback. Now, we could also start saying, I want these stocks to be above the 10 and the 20-day moving average, which this one would surely give us. But the next stock that comes through might be down here below a 200. So you can pile on, layer on the filters that you want to see to slowly narrow in what it is you want to see. What you want to see might be completely different from what the next guy wants to see on these types of pullbacks. Maybe he only wants to see new 52-week highs that are doing this. Well, I mean, if that was the case, then you'd go position in range, and you'd go position in your range. Position in your range, right there. Position in your range. Add that filter. If I put a 100 in there, that means all these are stocks that are up on the day. It just broke out to a new 52-week high, but are pulling back. So you can see how layered you can get with that. So let me launch this and share this with you, because that was your original request. 50% pullback. All right. Is it possible to share? We got that one. I've been on Trade Ideas for a while, and I got a premium subscription, and I'm looking to go over my past trades and take some feedback. So yeah, if you want to go over your past trades, well, geez, I mean, that's back testing. I was talking about back testing and a scan. Go back over your go back over all your trades if you want to, and start to see, geez, did I wait too long to get out of this? Like Steve was talking about, it broke that rising 10-day moving average here, and I waited another 4 days before I got out. Those are some of the things you can start to identify in your past to try and correct for your future self. All right, just catching up here. Looks like we're caught up, so I'm going to let Barry know whenever he's ready to come in. I think we had a really nice session. I mean, last time, what I mean to say is the live attendance is growing every week. It's great to see. The word's getting out. Good free advice over here. VIX going to lows. All right, that means the market is holding on. Thank you, Goran. Much appreciated. NASDAQ still kind of just under its moving average, and definitely heavily under this 5-day moving average I pointed out early. All right, guys, Barry is now live streaming again. I always enjoy kind of just taking an hour and just letting it flow with whatever you guys want to talk about. Tomorrow will be a new instructor. Michael will be here. Michael's the resident nerd, robot, auto trader. That's his specialty, and anything interactive brokerage related he's really good at as well. So I will stop streaming now and see you guys either next week at this time or in the afternoon webinar. Bye-bye.
Teva on this big bump. There's a CNBC pump somebody mentioned. Look at the volume that came into Teva, T-E-V-A. I also mentioned to keep an eye on the check, C-H-E-K. This is, hopefully you guys can hear me on YouTube. Keep an eye on the C-H-E-K in case it takes out this level right there, which is around 218, but on volume, okay? We need to see a volume burst. Okay, Asia, can you hear me? You usually give me some instant feedback. Yeah, and wow, 9 meters biopharma. Okay, thanks. NMTR. Here's another. Look at the volume that came in. Keep an eye on this one. This is from Asia in the YouTube feed. Now, it's very, it's an ugly, ugly looking daily chart. You know, I mean, I don't know if we can get through 120, but look at the volume that was coming in. Okay, guys, so the really nice AI alert to follow all day, ATOM. Look at that pullback. Could have got in on that pullback. Exactly. Good. I mean, where the AI got out was not bad because it was dropping, okay? But that didn't mean you had to stop watching it all day. Use it as a watch list. Okay, resin, RESN. Not quite a red bar ignored. Wow, what a couple of days it's had. 275 yesterday. So it's tacked on $1. Look left. What do you see? 358. So it's above that. And the next high looking left is back in almost 2 years ago, February of 2019, which is $4. And the SPY is on the move up here, guys. Kind of broke out of here now a little bit, just a little bit. Look at that on the 15 minute. If it takes out that high right there, could get it really running. Yeah, I've been in and out of this one a couple of times, Christopher. So, I mean, my thoughts on SYN. I mean, obviously, if it can, got to hold that $1 level, but it's been pretty choppy. You know, 19, 20 million in the float. It's a huge volume. I was way under when I said it might trade 8 times the float. I'm way under. This is going to be 15, maybe even 20 times the float. But definitely, definitely, maybe, probably, definitely something that has to be watched later on in the day. You know, I mean, look at the extraordinary volume. 480 times normal, but it's been choppy. You know, it's not been smooth. I mean, it got all the way up to 170. That's a big, big, big pullback. You know, for it to go from 170 down to 108, I mean, that's a big, big pullback. It's not confidence inspiring. You know, that's all I can say. Now, later on in the day, to me, it would have to take out at least this, you know, this 430, 440 level. You know, look at that 2 minute. You know, look at the 5 minute for it to get really, really running again. Remember, I was trying to buy this on a pullback, ATOM. Not even, didn't happen. That was in the simulator. Well, guys, resin is just RESN. But again, the next high looking left is about $4, so it might struggle right there. All right, guys, it is just a little after 1, so I will do my video now. I'm going to put the announcement in. I should be back by about no later than 1:25. All right, and if you want to subscribe to the videos that I'm doing, all right, so if you click on my home page and where it says right here, recap videos, right there. They get sent out usually a couple of hours after I finish them. Okay, I'll put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. John, boy, that's a tough one. No, first of all, so if you created a strategy, that meant, okay, John, so I'm talking to you in the YouTube feed. If you created a strategy, then you should still have it in your cloud, right? You would have had to have saved it from, you had to load it from the cloud, so it should still be there. Okay, so what I would do is I would just, I mean, I can't tell you why it's disappeared, but what I would do is I would just load your strategy back from the cloud. Okay, and then, where it says, then, right click in the area and then load it back from the cloud. Okay? That makes sense? I can't tell you why it's disappeared. I don't know. Okay, so, and now you'll have to recreate the strategy though, right? Not recreate it, but you have to edit your trading strategy. So edit it, and if you can remember what you did, then you just have to edit the strategy with your order details, risk management, entry time, and all that. Okay? Okay, so what am I looking at here? I keep looking at these toppers to see if anything looks like it wants to drop, but the market is pretty strong right now. Yeah, no doubt that Mara's had what a run. I mean, that's a great, almost a $2 run from down here. I'm continuing to watch Czech, guys, CHEK. To see if it can take that out, but on volume. Again, I always emphasize the point on volume. And if you're asking me what is the volume, it's not the amount. It's in relation to the other candles. What you want to see is something. I mean, look, the volume. I mean, in this candle is 463,000 shares. That's huge, but I want it to be in relation to one of these candles. Something that at least is equivalent. Otherwise, you might get a little pop, but if it's on no volume, it could just drop right down again. I cannot short you real. How can I do that? On building strategies, no. Are you just talking in general, like creating an alert window, Alan? Just in general? Like building strategies, that's kind of an open-end question. I mean, all sorts of different strategies out there, I suppose. But so okay, so you just want to know the basics, how to create an alert window. I should not have asked two questions. So if that's what you're looking for, just the basics, how to create an alert window, then you can start to play around with alerts and filters to create your own strategy. Okay, so right here, so the 20 short lessons. If you click on the 20 short lessons, you'll see the first one right there is what is an alert window and creating an alert window. That's kind of how you start to build a strategy. Did Fubo ever take out 30? And the answer is yes. So it did get up to what, 30.11. Boy, oh boy, I mean, this. I know it's been hit hard. Well, that's an understatement. I mean, it was basically cut in half, more than cut in half from those highs. But a pretty bullish price target put on by Needham this morning of 60, sort of right back. And I guess they released preliminary, I think it's Q4, plus they're saying that they want to get more involved in sports betting. So this has caused a bit of a resurgence in FUBO. What's the high right there is 30.65. I mean, this has to be watched tomorrow. Whatever you guys think. I mean, I know there are a lot of disparaging comments made about this one, but it doesn't really matter what we think. It's what's happening. Now, there's no disputing the fact that it just got absolutely slammed. Well, Omar, I'm pulling for you, but don't do it again, okay? Your JAGX is starting to come back. I think you told me you were in at, what, 250 or something? Well, I need the symbol. Is that CMRE? See if my memory's right. Okay. Well. Okay, first of all, it's not trading that much. It's not even trading normal. Well, when I say normal, I mean it's only 0.9, so it's not trading that much. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're looking at exactly. I mean, the next high looking left is 847 yesterday, so, or 849, so looks pretty choppy to me. I mean, obviously this is a shipping play. So I don't see anything like, oh, Costamare. Okay, so that's, sorry, so CTRM, sorry. Ah, Castor Maritime. Sorry. Oh, okay. That's even. Yeah, I don't. It's just too cheap for me. I mean, I know it's up 22%, unbelievable volume, and it may just be getting going. But I just don't look at stocks this. They're way under $1. So I'm sorry, I have no special insight on that one. The high last week was 25 cents. I mean, I guess. If it takes out that high, I mean, obviously it's got some room to 71, but is there any news on it? Okay, guys, there's Fubo. I believe Fubo is now at the high. FUBO, I believe it's at the high of the day. And yes, it is. It's at the high of the day now. I mean, it's been a little choppy, but the trend has been up. Yeah, well, so SYN is one I've traded a couple of times today. Again, choppy. You know, I mean, this all the way up to 170, all the way down to 109. I mean, that's a big pullback. Yeah, it's just, to me, it's just kind of choppy. There's no really big advantage. I mean, it could get going later, but, you know, 134 right there and then 142 right there. A couple of areas that it's got to get through. I mean, I'll stick an alert at 142, see if it takes that out later on. You know, if it takes that out later on, it could start to challenge that high. Fubu on the run. Yeah, I do not see a catalyst for SYN. Somebody asked, is there a catalyst? I don't see any news catalyst for it. I don't see it. There might be something, but I can't see it on any headline. But, I mean, extraordinary volume. I mean, something's happening. We just don't know what. Extraordinary volume. You know, this will be, I'm going to predict at least 20 times the float. You know, we're almost at 15 times the float, 20. Once that gets to 300 million, that'll be 15 times the float. So extraordinary volume for it. Just any news source, K-Town. I mean, we have news here. There's a news tab here. I know, so I just quickly look at the headlines, just see if there's anything that I can, you know, see if anything pops out. I also have my Interactive Brokers headlines. So that, you know, your broker will have headlines also, whatever broker you're using. But, you know, I also have my Interactive Brokers headlines that I look at. Yeah, I'm still torn between holding it into this. Where's GKK? The IPOC. I mean, it's been, but I'm looking to get into IPODs pretty soon. I think I think it's January 8th, right? That the merger is effective. I mean, there's a part of me that wants to hold right into the merger and the day of, and then afterwards. But, you know, remember, I'm in at 12. I have traded, you know, some along the way. Oops. I have traded some along the way, but I'm in at 12, so I just have to see. I mean, you know, I've traded out this stock many times, but I still have what I guess I'll call a core position left. Okay, K-Town. Well, you're welcome to be in this room every day if you want. It's a free room. All right, let me take a look at some of these ones. IO. So, looking left, IO, yeah, 310. We've got 301. We've got 315. Just too much resistance on that weekly, in my opinion. Takes that out. If it can find a way to take that out, then when you look left, look at that, 430. So, you know what? Just stick an alert. 313. See if it takes it out. Maybe today, but if not today, maybe tomorrow for IO. You mean to the other trading room? Sure. Yeah, I certainly can't answer a question like that, Joey. Okay, I can't. I'm not a licensed analyst. So some people might give you their opinions, but I cannot give it. I'm not going to say yes. These are good to buy tomorrow. So Alan, no, the 25% discount is only for the first month. Now, if you do decide you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, say upgrade to an annual plan, we'll honor that 25%. But that discount is only good for the first month. It's pretty clear, I think, when you do take it, that it says it's only good for the first month. Otherwise, why would anybody take out an annual plan? There's no there's no lifetime plan, no. Yeah, CNQ is actually showing up on my bouncers toppers list. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of these ones that, in theory, a lot of oil plays. Like look at CNQ, well, energy sector plays. CNQ, not Vista, EPD, CLR, Matador, XEC. So you can see a pattern. Well, this is a natural gas, XOM. You can see a pattern right here, guys. We're seeing a lot of tops, maybe for the energy sector. Okay, so the scan, you're talking about the scans that I share? Scans that, yeah, okay. So I may make the odd change. Well, first of all, I mean, if you load this one, it's basically, when you say, unless I make a change, like a big change to the filters and all that, then it's the same every day. You get different symbols every day, of course, but now you may look at sometimes you may look and say, how come I'm not seeing exactly the same alerts? I do reserve the right to make some changes. You can do the same. When I say you, I mean anybody can do the same. You don't like the price range that I'm looking at between 1 and 20. You want a different volume. I mean, you can customize this to exactly your style of trading. Fubo, guys, I'm telling you, this night upgrade. I don't know, Jag. I don't know if those are. I don't know if those are. I mean, I don't think so. But if you watched him tonight, he basically, I think, because he's doing his Trade of the Week seminar webinar tonight, it's probably very much the same. So we're going to jump D and E and go to IPOF. Okay, let's see what it is right now. Yeah, so it's just hanging around. No, I know what you mean. I didn't mean right now, but oh yeah, they've got to. I mean, they've been extremely successful. A, B, and C have been extremely successful. Geez, I really want to short one of these, but they're just not really moving that much. You know, even the, I mean, the CNQ, yeah, it dropped, but it's, you know, it's come right back up. Yeah, so all the links for tonight and all the other webinars, Paula, are here. Just one moment, please. So I was asked about a link for tonight's webinar. All right, so if you click on my homepage, link, and you go to the education area, click here, and scroll down, way down. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them right here. All right, guys, this silly little BBI through the 200-day moving average. What sort of room? I think I looked at this. I don't see it having a ton of room. The monthly high is 112. I mean, if we can ever get through all of this, I mean, then look over here, $2.80, $3. But that's a stretch right now for BBI. Nice weekly. Actually, look at the weekly here. You know, I mean, if it takes out, it probably won't do it today, famous last words, but probably won't do it today, but 123, if it can take that out, wow, this has got a lot of room. I'm talking about the BBI, just set our price alert, 125. See if it takes that out maybe tomorrow, maybe today, but I doubt it. R. Yeah. Has room all the way up to what, 9? Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, you're talking about ICE, right? I mean, yeah, I read that this morning that they've decided not to delist those China telecom stocks. But look at this. So what's happening here? Yeah, so you know what? This is a game now. You know, they are either going to do it or they're not going to do it, but quit playing games. All right, so Czech is now turning into something that is not terribly interesting, unless, yeah, especially if it. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's just hanging around over that 2 level. You never know. Out of nowhere, we may get just a surge in volume, which will take it through my price alert and maybe start attacking that high. Maybe. Yeah, I have no. I mean, somebody asked me that before about QS. I mean, if it takes out that high right there, 61, it's getting close. I mean, it's, you know, a dollar, what, 12 away, or sorry, $1.19 away. You know, it may be making a nice comeback, but I don't know enough. I know what they, I know the stock has been incredibly popular right here, but then it, you know, obviously fell. I think what I read yesterday, challenges in their technology. That's what I kind of read. But you know, that was maybe one of the reasons for the big drop, but it was already dropping before. Now, I don't think all those challenges have been met in one day. So, but listen, somebody else might have a much better idea about QS than I do. I don't typically trade that price range. That's all. All right. So Sidhu is saying that the CEO clarifies that it was misunderstood. Okay. That's what I'd say also if I were the CEO. You know, this is one that we were watching yesterday. It just hasn't materialized today. The SNSS, a lot of room. Just had to take out, there's the high yesterday, but it's just resting today. SNSS. Meanwhile, resin just exploded through 4. RASN, what a what a run! Look at that 15-minute chart, almost straight up. Yeah, there's no quick way, unfortunately, Bern. No quick way. It's a strange symbol list, okay? It's one of those one because we create it for you, but there's no quick way. I wish there were. Should be able to just go into the symbol list and change it, but unfortunately there isn't. You have to go load and uncheck. Now, the flip side of that, at least it makes you look at the charts to see whether or not you want it. I think that's kind of the theory. You know, I mean, to load the chart and say, yeah, you know what, I don't want it anymore. So then that's why you uncheck it, as opposed to en masse. Okay, so it was also a share registration. So this is what Real is talking about, the cross. Wish I could pay more attention to this, but there it is. There's that cross. The 8 EMA crossing looks like it's, well, it hasn't quite crossed, but just about crossing the 20 SMA. It looked like the cross would be right about this price, within about 3 or 4 cents. I can set up a potential short opportunity. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Now, today is Tuesday, so this will be the first marketing meeting of the new year. Here's BBI, guys. I mean, it is. What did I put an alert here at? 120 or so. Well, a lot of trading, of course, is the ability to read charts. So if you're just a complete and utter newbie, I mean, reading charts, how to kind of little clues when you look at a chart about what might happen. Nothing is guaranteed, of course. Finding support, resistance areas on the charts. And that just comes with time. There's no real shortcut. The other thing you can do is we have a simulator here. So, I mean, you're probably not a subscriber yet, but we have a simulator here, Paper Trader, so it uses our real-time data. So you can actually practice trading, without committing money to the market, which is 100% that I would encourage you to do. If you don't, even if you don't use our simulator, but somehow practice trading before you commit money to the market. Well, so our standard service is $118 a month, minus 15% for the first month. But after that, it's 118. But it's a great simulator. Uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. You get a feel for trading. You'll get a feel. You'll see your P&L, profit and loss, exactly what it's doing. So at some point, if you do consider that you want to try that, you can save my homepage link and click on my link. And where it says get trade ideas, okay, 15% using that promo code for the first month. So when you click on get trade ideas, then you can go to a monthly plan. And that's what I would recommend. Then you could just start off with a standard monthly. Again, 118 less that 15% for the first month. You know, after, I mean, you're not going to learn trading in a month, but at least you'll get an idea, you know, about what it's like to make a trade, number one, even if it is in a simulator, and to track your profit and loss. Okay, so that means that the short float decreased by 22%. That's all. From the last time that those figures were available. Usually that data is updated every twice a month, say the 15th and 30th. So the short float has dropped. So add 22% to 26%. So in theory, that was about, well, no, unless my math is wrong. That should have been about 32%. Same code, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, there's the code you can use right there for 15% off the entire year. Wow. The resin just continues to go here, guys. And also BBI, it's you know, it's a sneaky one. It is definitely a sneaky one. But look at the run it's had. Once it broke $1 through the 200-day moving average. I mean, I jokingly said I didn't think it would get to this level, but who knows? Maybe it'll get to 125 today. If it does, well, that's why I put that level. So if you look left on that weekly chart, you see the high was 124. Then you look left. Look at the high over here at 262. Has to be watched tomorrow. I'd love for this one to also be one of those, one that we're given a 180-day extension, but it is not. Now, this has been a good one. ZKIN, Zkin, 308 was the alert, 320 right now. Above 2 days ago's high, Zkin. It finally did break. You know, not that much. I've been waiting for this Hun break. There's also a cross right there, 2637 for HUN. ADMA crossing down below the 20 SMA on the 2-minute chart for HUN. So a lot of these energy plays are sort of an energy play, starting to give it up, like the CNQ that Real has been talking about. This was even more of an obvious one. Look at the daily chart where it's stalled. Good grief. Look at BBI. It's going to do it. It's going to take out that 125. Just one moment, please. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, so I'm going to put the announcement in. I'll be in a marketing meeting that starts at 2, so I'm just going to put them at Newt in a meeting. All right, so Chris, I'm going to answer you. I'm just getting set to get into this meeting. I want to set up a filter percent from the high. So I don't understand quite the question. If you only want to see stocks that are, say, 5% above yesterday's high, as an example, okay, Chris, I have to go. I have to be in a meeting. I'll try to answer your question, but you have change from the close, change from the open. We have change 5 minute, change in 5 minutes, 30 minutes, all sorts of different time frames. Right click, configure, and you click on change. This might help you. You know, change in 1 minute, 2 minutes, 30 minutes, from the close, from the open. All right, everybody. Well, it was a long meeting, so sorry about that. And now it's time to close. Are there any questions? And as far as the, tweaking it, I mean, look, you're going to have that particular strategy. Yeah, maybe today it didn't produce. The jury's still out on that route. It may, who knows? Maybe it'll pop later on in the day. But I know what it's looking for. It's got room up to that 20 level. But do they all work? Of course not. Are there any other questions? Okay, short float. Short float is just the percentage of the float that is short. You understand the concept of being short. So we have 25 million in the float, of which 12% of that float is short. So that's what the short float percentage means. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. So sorry about that. Yeah, the marketing meeting went on and on and on. First one of the year, so a lot to talk about. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So thanks a lot for all the help this morning. I will, okay, Cam, I will, when I shut down the room. And let me just get down to the, yeah. Okay, so have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.